I can tell you kind of band-aid off. I think rather get the band-aid off. I think rather. I think deep inside of me, girl, you just don't realize what it do to me. Hold me, and you know I'm so tight. You let me know, yeah, everything's alright. Love with me. Wagwan to all the people, the French ones, even the Spanish. Good morning. It's too early for me. It's actually about to be 6 p.m. chat. Welcome. We don't normally go live for another 3 hours, but you know what? We're here to vibe. We're here to survive. For those who don't know, welcome over. We got TikTok live going on. Hello, TikTok, you silly geese. And as well to Twitch. Is this something we normally do? Heck no. However, it's all about vibing, right? And surviving. I had to go to Costa. If you didn't, I had my coffee. That's it. I went and got the coffee. I went and got something to eat because God knows for now, chat, we are not going to we're not gonna plow through unless we eat at some point. So I made sure to get myself a chicken wrap and some banana loaf. Ooh. So we've got Among Us today. We're playing it with the collaboration station crew. I thought, you know what? We may as well see what we can do. See if I'm going to test it one time and one time only. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, oh well. We tried, eh? So we did that. Chat. Also, don't forget, if you've just joined in and you haven't checked out already, we did do a little, I uploaded a YouTube short. We did do it on TikTok. TikTok took it down because it was copyrighted music. So, sorry, TikTok audience, but screw your little panty line. We didn't like him and apparently needed a TikTok. So it's okay. Oh my god. In fact, I'm going to go and watch it real quick because we've got a couple of minutes to spare, especially with I don't have any of my overlays anymore. I realize I've removed all of my overlays. Do I? Tesson, Darkwolf, and Briz, they are in there. Let me just double check. I think as well. All right. Let me see. I can't even check it. Never mind. I'm going to chat. Watch it. You ready? I like it. Ready? This one. Oh, baby. It's a throwback. Step cart. What can I say? I'm addicted to my step cart. Oh, yeah, baby. Zine, how you doing today, bro?
Oh, bro. Hey, step cart.
Oh.
What are you doing, step carts? Oh, yeah.
I'm not against it, chat.
Oh,
Adding more grey hairs? Yeah. I'm telling you.
oh, yeah.
I mean... We're talking about earning grey hairs. I'm about to earn a few. We're doing... No, stop. Stop it, chat. Stop it. Stop it. Right, let's keep an eye. I want to keep an eye on the... In fact, you know what? That's something I need to check out. Do I need to go to my bottom screen. This one? Nope, that's bottom right. I need to go to bottom center. This one. One big system left before we can start prepping for beta. That's what I like to see, Zine. It's what I like to see. Now, chat, today is an Among Us day. It's a streamer only Among Us day. Very good indeed. Is the aspect ratio off, or is it just me? Oh no, it is just me. I'm stupid. Sky, I knew you were there. I saw you on the list of people that were viewing. I was like, there's no way Sky's actually here. Turns out Sky's actually just here, chats. And that... Nice. We're playing with Jay Fletcher today. The squad today. Today, right, chat, we're very quickly, I need to check out Discord. Which one have we got today? It's Collaboration Station. I'm hoping it works. No. Welcome to the party. Let's see. Yeah, row. That worked. Move it over to the side. Dennis down, yeah. How are you? It sounds like, it looks like you just said Siri. Sky, I'm not gonna lie. How are you doing today, Siri? You know what? I'm okay. We're doing good. Right, let me just... I'm just adjusting settings, chat. Right, there we go. We're good. We can go back to here now. I'm okay. I've got my Costa. I've grown my hair. Sky, have you seen the length of this? Look at that. I'm okay. We're vibing. It's Among Us o'clock. First time I'm going to be playing Among Us on stream for over... It's going to be like, what, 2 years? And then we're going to watch the... Sorry. I need to mute it on my side so I don't hear that. What was I going to say? ADHD, you know. It's all good, though. It's all funny. It's all shits and giggles, chat. Until he giggles and shits. That's what I'm saying. However, yeah, so we're going to be playing Among Us. If it doesn't work out today and everybody goes, no, we don't want to watch Among Us, then I won't be playing Among Us again. But it's okay. I'm going to do a food shop now, but I'll speak to you soon, doll. Yeah, also, what you said, Lonnie, your boyfriend just got it all cut off. He got what cut off? All of his hair? That's upsetting. I kept all mine because I'm growing it out. It can be a ponytail now. Whoa. But that's okay, Sky. It was nice seeing you in the chat. I hope you have a great day. Go do your food shop and all that. I hope things are doing good at the home. I'll see you soon. Thanks for dropping by. Right, I can close Steam because who needs Steam open now? We've now checked it. Yeah, he had hair, long hair, and always put it in a bun. Yeah, bye-bye. I'll see you soon. Chat, say goodbye. Say goodbye to Sky. Now. Also, TikTok, if you're still over here and you're listening, welcome in TikTok. We're going to be playing Among Us. You guys get to see it, but you do. Magnus, welcome into TikTok. If you've had a good time and you're enjoying yourself, chat, don't forget you can always come over from TikTok onto Twitch. We vibe over here. Also, this quality of camera and everything you're seeing, it's an exaggeration of what you get to see on Twitch. It's so much better quality. It's amazing. But also, King, welcome into TikTok. Hope you're having a good day. Hope you're all having a good day today. Chat, we're going to be playing Among Us today. The crew, Zine, as mentioned before. Let me just double check the code and I will tell you the list. We have Jay Fletcher, Brisney. We have Ricky's Not a Ferret, Sophie, Texas. We have Uzza Wuzza. We have Not a Dance. We have Astria Apple. We have Dark Wolf, Cluckers, Crazy Chris, myself, and then Tesson. It's a cool lobby. I've been playing with these guys. I've been playing with these guys quite a bit. Every week we have our lobby, and I make sure to kind of. I try to make sure that I've got the time to play with them because I miss these guys. These are all friendos that we used to play with quite a lot. So I try to vibe with them when I've got time. Also, I can unmute. Is that coffee empty? That coffee is empty. That coffee is also empty. Now I can do that. Right, now we're good. I think. Let's see if the lobby is ready. The lobby is not ready. Jay Fletcher, you are late, my guy. Follow me, yeah. Wait. Oh no, he is ready. Oh, never mind. Right, let's load over, chat. Oh no. I don't wanna. I've got the wrong version of the mod chat. I don't wanna. Right, let's just double check with these guys. Hey, old guys.
Hello, how's it going?
Howdy.
Is the latest version not? Oh wait, I think I'm dumb. I think I can literally just click update.
No, we're still doing 5042.
Yeah, I was gonna say we.
Oh, it's
We're still
503.
doing the last one.
I missed last week and the week before. I'm on 503. With. Gosh darn it, Heckams.
When are they going to make it so that we can have our cosmetics back the way that we want to, so that we're not stuck on this April Fool's mode limited cosmetics?
Wait, is it
Like
5042? Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
5042,
Hey,
5042.
I opened the freaking wrong. I need to start deleting my folders, bro.
Yeah.
I've still got like
That's
ton of us.
helpful.
I've still got like original Town of Us folders on my desktop. I really need to get rid of them. It feels nostalgic.
Yeah, that's fair.
I think it's got rid of 503. I finally deleted that one.
Oh, please load already. I'll be RB.
My pet goose.
I just want my pyramids back. I'm like,
Why are you not loading?
Angry Umbreon is cool and all, but like I would like.
Now this is gonna be fun. Among Us ain't loading. I prefer it when my Among Us loads, please. Among Us. Oh, now it's loading. Okay, we're good. We're fine. Okay. I beg it's working though. But Zine, if you're still here, that's the squad today. You've heard them a little bit. You've met them before. I think did I just launch two? I have a banana bread and a chicken wrap. And yes, I will be eating them during stream time today because you can go over there for now. I will sort you afterwards. 503. Huh? What the frick? Online.
But it's just an Umbreon.
Oh no.
It's just an Umbreon.
It's just a Pokemon, man.
It's just an Umbreon.
I launched the right version, but it's just saying the 503S version every time I launch it. Oh wait, I've launched 6 versions of Among Us. Oh no. I got impatient. I clicked click. We're here.
We're clicking.
We're clicking. 542. Hey, let's go.
Hey,
Please
Cluckers,
work.
I got a couple of your little birdie friends are kind of. I
Woo!
got a goose. I got goose.
I'm
and a
not
duck.
friends with geese.
What? We don't
There's a little
like
ducky
these.
in my head though.
Yeah, ducks are cool.
We got it working. All I hear is Among Us mod developers sucked. Slushy doesn't mod for Among Us anymore. That's yeah, that's a. I was gonna say Slushy, but Slushy's a clicker is an NPC enemy from The Last of Us. It is, and it goes. That's what it does. Mad dry throat. Adam, how you doing? Hold on, let me just type in. Let me just change this. Among Us. Change the game to Among Us and be like, Sussy McSuss face is Sussy again. That's not what the title's gonna be. Sussy McSuss. Bro, Bepanex and Harmony is the easiest API in the Apex to use from one. But listen, hear me out. That's why we do Minecraft. That's why we do Minecraft. Modded and nodded. Yes, sir. That's why not? That's what the title's gonna be. Modded and nodded. Yes, sir. Why? Why? Okay with it. Let me see. What did I just miss as well? No excuses for them. I'm not saying this. I'm not. I'm on the wrong screen. There we go. I'm not used to playing Among Us again, and I need to turn this game back up. That should be okay. And are we covering everything? Everything good? We are. I'm pro at this, chat. Look at me. Now I get to eat freaking banana bread, or some of it. Because this is going to be a... chat, you don't understand. It's going to be a long one today. Let's also see if Discord works.
I do need to, like, do a Stardew run.
I tried that game. I couldn't get into it. I couldn't stay with it.
Fair.
Did you
I
say
it's
you
not for
couldn't
everyone.
stay with Stardew?
I
The
still- I
Stardew
still-
Valley?
The
See, I actually got,
Stardew
like,
Valley.
my-
man.
I got tired. I finally get
Oh,
to the mine,
God.
make it down like a floor. Then I'm tired. I have to go home and go to sleep. I'm like, God.
Oh,
I
that's
still
true.
have
Yeah,
my-
you
my,
gotta have
You gotta plan out
set
your
mining
energy.
days. Like
Yeah.
if it's a lucky day and it's raining, straight to the mines.
Yeah.
That's all I
Mhm.
want to do is mine, like mine and fight.
That's
That's all.
why it's so. My main save is my co-op save, and I
Jack,
do
you
all the
heard him?
mining and they do all the farming.
Okay, too loud. What is it?
That's really the key. Is like I still have my first save file that I ever started, which is all the way up to year 6. I'm trying
that
to
better?
100% it, but it's so hard to do when I'm just playing by myself. I need
Yeah.
people to come and help me because I have so many crops to handle and animals and shit.
Yeah. In the early days, especially when you don't have sprinklers yet, a lot of times your day is water.
Chat, what's the
Water,
audio
water,
like?
Water. Oh, okay. I've got to sleep now. I'm out of
Oh,
time.
are we starting on
and
10?
Exhausted.
Okie dokie.
No.
I'm okay with this. I'm okay with this. I am super okay with this. I've not played Among Us in a long time. I'm happy that we are. I'm happy that we are imposter for it. Yoink. That was. I'm sorry, bro. That was unfortunate timing. Oh.
I've found a dead wolf.
Oh.
On somewhere in admin. I walked in while just to see if I could check the table and got a report button before I even got onto the table. So
Okay. Probably not Briz. Briz is still up by the table.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm getting my Among Us up and running. I mean, my
Who-
screen.
Who was in navigation as late? I walked past somebody in nav.
I did nav. I'm in comms right now doing my
I
download.
see you in there now.
You see me in comms?
You know, as you're standing in the doorway, I'm coming past you now.
Oh, okay.
Apple, where did you go? 'Cause I know you said you saw Briz. Where did you go after?
Hello there.
After you saw
Volume
Briz?
up. Which
Yeah,
volume?
my phone.
What do you want volume up of? The people talking?
So probably not Apple. 'Cause I did see Apple.
Is
on the
that
trash
better,
shooting
chat?
In cafeteria before the
Is that?
lights
Yeah.
were
Okay.
going
Cool.
out.
Cool. Is that okay?
So,
For what it's worth, I then saw Sophie,
Central
Ozza,
Town. Hada.
Apple, Jay. All of them were over in the weapon/O2 area.
I done weapons with Ozzy at the same time, and then I walked basically from weapons to light with Dance, but Dance, I don't think you walked with me. You
I
kind of
didn't do,
disappeared because the
what was it?
doors are closed and you weren't there with me.
I'm doing downloads at a cafeteria right now.
Huh?
I am wondering if that is
Okay.
Centrosity just trying to grab a clear from.
I do feel
Huh?
like that's
Maybe.
It could be. That could just be what I'm doing.
Because then the vent could be, it could be like a
I
vent
don't
screen.
think that hard into my day, okay?
Yeah, definitely. I'm definitely not voting you.
That is okay.
Just something to keep in mind.
It's a
Yeah.
little weird.
Why?
Yeah. Okay,
Why?
a lot of people
Okay.
jumped on that. What the hell?
No,
Apparently
stop
a lot
this.
of people wanted to keep that one in mind. Okay.
You can keep it in mind, but keep it in your pants. Stop this. I'm nice.
Whoa. No one said anything about pants.
Yeah,
Whoa.
stop.
Whoa.
Bye. Why? That's not fair. There's so no. Fine. Who was that? Apple that said that? Well, Apple's going to get pied. Apple pie. That's it. Okay. There's Briz and there's oh my lord. Maybe a bit louder. Let's see this one. Maybe it's Maybelline. Do I have up here? Yoink. I need to say medbay. It's Ventrosity. Ventriloquism HD. Ventriloquist. That's me. I don't know where I'm going with that one. What have I got? I'm in navigation. Can I close the door? Yeah, I can close the door. Right, let's try and get a double kill. 3, 2. No! Oh, I feel like I think I screwed it. Huh?
Brother.
Huh?
Brother, it's, brother. Sin, what you doing, buddy?
Where are you reporting this?
Sins.
It's Sin just walking away from a body right now, guys. Sorry.
I swear on my mama, there is not a body in navigation.
Bro, your mom dead then.
Huh?
Oof.
Either you hate your mom or your mom's dead.
Interesting way to phrase that, huh?
Yeah, that is
Interesting.
It's crazy. Wow, my little guy's right inside navigation. It's like in the middle of navigation.
Bro, I swear,
like,
unless I'm having a visual glitch, there is not.
reaching for a clear last round.
I don't think.
Go
I don't.
and then. No. It's Sin. Dude, Sin reaching for clears last round. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think Sin did this.
If there was a dead body in navigation and you was optionally walking with me from O2
No, you told me
and
there
then
wasn't.
No. So no, I'm saying on your side, right? So if there was, and I've went from navigation to O2 and then followed you back into nav, why would I not just report the body? Seems like it.
Why wouldn't you?
One would wonder. There is no. There's not a body.
Why didn't you report the body, Sin?
Because there's not a body on my. I might be just having a
There's
visual
not
error.
a body there, guys. Sorry about that. I reported a random thing. I don't know what.
I'm so conflicted.
Reported just a little guy.
I just reported a little guy. Because Sin apparently said there's no body, guys. I'm sorry about that, Jay. You're not actually dead.
I swore on my mama.
What information do we actually
The
have?
body is in navigation.
Sin is walking away from a body that
Well, I know Apple was in admin.
Apple was an
I'm
admin with
very
me.
comfortable with
I did
this,
download.
Sophie was in electrical, top of electrical after I fixed the lights.
It's
Sin is
I
the only
promise.
clear
This
last
death
round.
is not on my
I
hands.
don't want to vote on 7, but
This death is
This
not on
death
my
is not on
hands.
my hands. Guys, it's not on my hands.
Did your partner do it, Sin?
No.
That's what it sounds like.
No, I hate when
That's
that
what it
happens
sounds
to
like.
me.
It wasn't. No, guys. My mother.
Hate when that
My
happens.
poor mother.
So sad.
Yeah.
Yo, mama, huh?
No, bro. Where was it?
Well, your first kill was a rookie kill for starters.
Pish.
You got
I was fixing errors on my side. To be fair,
So you
it
never
was a
confused
sloppy kill. Sorry, Jay.
You were gonna get sheriff shot round 2.
I got framed. I still can't see. Wait. So are we on? Is it? Oh wait.
Vibe
I
check.
missed it. You get framed or bad kill? No, I didn't.
Well,
kill.
I was a bit worried because we threw someone out on 7. Hopefully he actually was bad, since they didn't call us Sabo.
Okay, I'll skip.
Oh.
I think we should just be safe and vote Ozza out.
Huh.
Why?
Oh, okay, so
What?
Brizina's executioner is what that
Crazy.
I think we're confirmed.
She might be.
When's the last time Brizzy ever called a button for like the crew?
She's not.
This is mean.
I don't
but-
think she
Not a
ever
killer,
has
but
done
she
that.
Could be a neutral.
Wait, who is she trying to execute? I was deafened for a second.
Oh,
you.
You.
Oh, what the hell, Brizzy?
Zine, yeah, this is
Ozzy
very
did not
lightly
know
modded.
about the,
So
the
Ozzy's
pretty much
execution
vanilla at this
leveled
point.
against him.
I'll take a hard.
I will.
Ozzy's the executioner.
Ozzy, you're calling.
Titan, thank you for dropping a
Ozzy
like, bro. I
now.
appreciate
I
it.
don't mind Ozzy. Ozzy's fine.
I will say though.
Just please don't.
Let me just deafen on these guys. I will say, if I do modded lobbies, there'll be way more roles. They don't do any modded imposter. Like there's no assassin. There's no anything. There's no anything at all. It's just imposter, crewmate, executioner, jester, sheriff. There's every role in this. There's definitely no fun. I mean, I think it's more about the vibe with the players than it is about the mods. I think that's more the case of these kind of. I think that's what it is. I think the lobby is designed to have vibe with friends rather than what's one of the 20 roles that it could be, which is still fair. Yeehaw. Yoo-hoo!
Yay.
So, okay, just in case I'm running on a bad client, is it 5042 dead, just dead? Is it 5042?
Yeah.
Okay.
5042, yeah.
Fam. Okay, I'm hella confused. It might have just been a visual bug.
You would have at least got the report button, but my body
I
was like,
did, but I didn't know
hidden.
what. Oh my god, I'm such
It
an
was like,
idiot. There it is.
if you look where the animal is, yeah.
Ah, was that you?
There's
Yep.
D6
Oh,
of
I'm
it. Kind of
sorry.
game, though, too.
Because I was just gonna lure him out and just slice and dice, but no, he just found the body. Fair. No, I'm an idiot. Fair.
No, that's okay, man. It happens to all of us.
No, I swore on my mom, and I need to call her up and apologize. Oh, chat, I did a dungy. I miss playing Among Us. I miss playing Among Us as well. Fair, I suppose, but after 3,000 hours of
So
watching
you got the
Among Us-
face kill then, Sin, yeah?
What was that, sorry?
You got the face
Yeah.
kill, yeah?
Oh,
Yeah, that was a
such
sloppy kill in
such,
admin.
such a stupid kill.
Yeah, you never kill an admin right off the bat. That's such a bad play.
Oh, bro, I killed... I know. These guys sticking to it, bro. I know. I'm all for it, right? I'm all for playing these kind of modded lobbies. I am. I love Among Us. I still do. I still love Among Us. You miss the us part? I do. I miss the Among Us. Okay. However, I miss Among Us. I miss playing with chat. I miss the community lobbies. I miss the modded lobbies, and I don't care if. I don't care if I'm giving my community all of the mods, because I'm like, why not? Social games are definitely fun as hell. I agree. I think that playing Among Us with the community, hella fun time. Hella fun time. That's why I will be bringing back the modded Among Us lobbies for community. Also, Ava, hi. Yes, it's a stupidly early stream. And it goes good. I had to start stream. I've got myself a chick. I need to fold up this. I went to Costa and got myself a coffee. But, yeah, you guys can hear me tussling and wrestling. Put that in a bean. You need a Sarcastic Fox here? We do. I know. If only there was a Sarcastic Fox that streamed. Does anyone remember, oh, Casey would know. It was like Fox Games or something. The old, like the dad who used to stream. His name was Fox, Fox Tots or something. I can't remember. But he was a cool guy until he wasn't. I don't even think he was a bad guy. I just think he stopped. I think he just stopped being streamer guy, you know? Like Brian. I love Brian with all my heart. Such an amazing guy. And he stopped streaming. Life just happens for people. Life just happens. I am 6 weeks old. I don't remember anything. Okay, Adam, I know it's a stupid rule, but it's a rule. We don't mention it. If you're technically joking about being underage, it doesn't matter. Twitch can ban you. Oh, No.
Sophie didn't vote for Sophie, by the way.
Sophie, you're my
I
goose.
hate that.
You're my silly goose.
Sophie
Someone said
voted for
that.
Chris.
That was right.
Just so everybody knows.
Fair enough.
Listen,
right, well
okay.
Jeez.
Can we thank Brazine for
Listen.
giving the crew the win right there?
That button
is-
was beautiful.
Damn it,
Good job.
Briz.
That was awesome.
Testing, we're back in the lobby now. If you're ready to join.
Damn it,
I just
Briz.
What? Hey, you should have voted Ozza. He was evil.
I mean, I am terribly sorry about my very sloppy kill that I did in admin, but that J kill was not me, by the way. I was just blind.
by the way.
Sim got framed for my kill there.
It's
and
no,
I
no,
had a
it
really
wasn't.
good kill too.
It
was a
really
good
wasn't
kill.
like it wasn't a
Jay, what-
frame. It was just
Was it Ricky?
I'm
Level 4
blind.
by the way.
I
Okay.
am 5.042, same as last week. I didn't know there was a new update, so
shit.
we're just gonna stay with this last week's one.
Yeah. Oh,
Alright.
Ricky's here too. You can join in.
He did know that there was an update last week because we played it 2 weeks ago when I played. Mentally, I'm definitely 12, but the fact I'm 33, yeah. So it's wait, first wasn't redeemed. JK Arzi, well, look at you being first in the chat. I may or may not come back to it depending on time. Look, I'm all for it, and I agree. There's a time of place. Listen, it's just Professor Oak says it best, chat. There is a time and place for everything, but not now. Me when I pull my bike out inside the mosque. But yeah, so Twitch has this really stupid rule that if you're saying that like you're under the age of 13, they just don't care, they'll go banned. So I make it a channel rule not to say it, because it gets my channel banned for some stupid reason as well. I don't know, Twitch or something. It's Twitch, innit? Thanks, Twitch. Oh, wait.
Wow.
Yeah,
Let's all
but
talk about the ways that Chris
Ozza had been
Wagwan.
seen
Ideally.
already by Dance and
Wagwan?
Apple, so like there was no way for me to
Sorry.
get that kill without being immediately outed. So there's had too much info, as always happens on Skeld, because Skeld is a tiny
Let's-
ass map.
My
Who else
Northern
wants
came
to
out.
give reasons why Chris was the problem?
Dance, you
I
were
mean,
just you were on my
listen,
case, my guy.
Bro, you were the only one who didn't have a clear that first round, and then you walked away from the
listen,
base body.
I
Did you
was
actually
just-
kill Jay?
No, I didn't do
No,
it.
I killed Jay. We already
You were-
said I killed
oh my
Jay.
God.
I didn't see it either.
Oh, I was deafened.
Like, I think
Ozzy
you-
called that. That's so good.
But I was looking for Sin though.
Oh
the
wait,
sheriff
yeah,
suit
you were sheriff. That
I
makes...
was
Oh,
good,
okay,
yeah.
fair.
Oh,
You'd have killed me. I
do
was
that.
not on cooldown. Touche. Damn, now I want to play Among Us. I want to bring it back. I really do. Please. There we go. Chaz, how you doing, bro? So limited light. As above, so below. That's how you doing, bro. How are you doing? Wagwan. Do I have any? I don't have any tasks. I don't have any tasks. I miss the Among Us days. I will single-handedly bring it back. I don't care. I'll do it. Minecraft content. Hello, Apple. Let's do this. Boing. Oh yeah. I'm with Apple. Simon says, baby. Can we get all top right corner? Can we get all top right corner? Oh no, you ruined it. Let's go top left. Give me a pelvic bone. Custom along this one, just say. No, I don't.
Okay.
What?
Huh?
So I come up to the top. I'm just chilling. And I see this
Huh.
body fall over.
Zine, if we
And then
make
I
an
see a
Among Us mod, we
certain
won't
little
finish HeroCraft. I'm
blue
just saying.
guy jump into the vent.
Phew.
What's up with that?
There was
Well,
a
I'm
who in the
safe.
what?
Blue.
Which?
Oh.
Wait, who actually then? Because it's
Which
Blue
one?
guy. Yeah, because it's Briz or Apple at that
Apple's the
point.
only-
I mean, technically, Dance is a bluish green.
Yeah, I could be.
Yeah,
down.
that's
That's
I'm
true.
on Simon
Like-
Says with Centrosity right now.
I
We
can.
ran
Brizzy.
up together.
Yes, that's
Brizzy.
true.
What say ye?
Although the.
Brizzy, why did that happen?
Oh no.
It was Chris just pushed the wrong button and electrocuted himself. I had nothing to do with it.
You know what?
Thank
You
you.
Fair
know what?
enough.
It happens.
There was
Yeah, I have
nobody
nothing to do with this
reported.
vote
Did you
either.
guys see that?
No, there was a body there.
There was a
No,
body,
but
but
was it on the screen? I missed it.
It was on the screen.
yeah, like nobody showed up.
So many
That was
visual
really
errors.
weird.
For me.
Shut up for me.
Oh, did
It's fine
it?
for me, yeah.
It said nobody's found for me.
That's weird.
Does
Tell it
Chris
so.
look dead to you?
Yeah, he looks dead.
He's dead
He's
as
the only
hell.
one.
Chris had
Hey,
a
I'm the
Yeah,
sheriff,
report
so
button
Brazine
inside
can't be
him.
the sheriff.
Oh, okay. Thank you. That's very helpful.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, no, Brizzy hopped an event, so I'm gonna assume that's not a sheriff move.
Oh, it's a, you're
Oh, that's a jester move that
It's-
Crazy
it's
Chris
a
shot the sheriff.
greasy-
Shot a sheriff.
Okay, but it
Sheriff.
I saw it happen.
I
Oh,
am
so she actually
so-
sliced Sophie?
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, she's
Ow. I was giving
She
benefit of
sounds
doubt.
so
Okay,
guilty.
fair. Say less. If you want to make it, no, I can't. I physically cannot. I cannot do it. If I get into it, hyperfixation. I know you can say it's going to be super easy, but 96707, 96707. Don't kill me, please. I'm just a good little bunny boy. Click, click. No. I would have done my task had Brizzy not have been there. I'm leaving now. Goodbye. I'm leaving now. Hi. How'd you get there? Never mind. I'll find someone like you. Sure. I say we get 6 p.m. Among Us lobbies. Okay, so what I will say though, chat, is I am okay with doing an early stream. I'm okay with this, right? So here is the way that I want to do things. If the stream today does well, and I'm gonna sound like, I know I'm gonna sound like the way no matter how it sounds. If the stream performs well, and we can still maintain decent subs, and we can get a decent growth, and it's still good, I'm okay with going live earlier. As long as it can justify the growth, we can get enough clips going, cool. The only downside is we might be ending earlier. Other than that, we might be doing 10-hour streams. 10-hour streams every day for 5 days a week, that's 50 hours worth of streams in 1 week. Maybe. Depends how my sanity gets from it. Doing that, and then also working on... Doing all of that, and then working on HeroCraft as well. I may as well... There's not enough hours in a day. So if it goes well and people enjoy it, hey, yo, we might just end a little earlier than we normally do, and just do till, like, midnight. And then that is then, what, 6 till midnight? That's 6 hours. We're sorted. You know? Let's listen to these peeps.
Let's vote Brazine then, so 50-50 on the jester.
Silly geese.
Silly little goose.
All right. So who should I kill? Jay. Yes, I'll shoot Jay.
Jay.
Oh, I got an extra vote.
Oh yeah, we don't mind voting
That's
Jesters
insane
anymore,
for
'cause they can
considering
take
all
out
of you both.
impulses for us.
Oh, you turned that on?
You've got to be to do what I'm
No.
doing.
Oh, maybe not.
It's a setting. It's an
Shall we though?
That's up to you, man. It's your lobby.
Oh, that's a fun. Wait. What does the new setting do?
The new setting basically makes Jester and Egsy and Doomsayer, which isn't on obviously, just like it is in Town of Salem too.
Yeah. So
If
you
the
don't
Jester gets
actually.
voted out,
Yeah.
the game doesn't
I mean, I'm
end.
down. If people like the majority
I'm gonna
vote,
try
I'm happy to be majority vote.
I'm feeling
If one
silly.
doesn't.
Why not?
I
It's
think
not
that might
fun.
make it too easy though,
Oh.
because then if you just
Oh,
if
yeah.
anyone vents, you just throw them out and who cares?
Yeah, true.
Mm.
Right, I'm definitely.
Yeah,
Definitely
maybe,
back.
Yep.
probably not.
Oof, you're insane. Listen, you've got to be insane to do anything that I do, right? If we've got... Wait, is this Heroes? This is the old song that we used to play for HeroCraft, right? This is Heroes. Also, TikTok, I know if you guys are just chilling out and watching, I appreciate you guys for being here. I can see that there are people sitting there in the chat. You guys just aren't chatting, that's completely okay. Listen, if you want to check out and join in with the chat, join over to Twitch. I do not pay attention to the TikTok chat at all. It is moderated. It is not viewed by me, though. So come over to twitch.tv/SintrustyHD. You can come over and vibe with us while we talk. We talk in chat as well. Okay? So just come over there. It'll be kind of fun. But, oh, I need to do tasks as well. I agree, though. I have to be insane to do literally all of the above. However, hear me out. What's life without living?
Oh dear, oh dear.
Dead bottom of decontam.
Hey.
Hi. I love Sophie so much. It's my favorite Texan. Howdy, cowgirl. Howdy, cowgirl. Howdy, mater.
So we're pretty sure Jay is our jester and it's just Darkwolf, right?
Definitely,
Oh,
definitely.
Crazy.
Jay's a jester.
Crazy creature.
That's silly.
I think they've got this sorted out, yeah. I think they have.
help.
So we.
Zine, do you mind if I show the banner up do you mind if I show my phone background on stream? That one? Because it doesn't really leak anything. It just you know what I mean? Go nuts. Chat, listen, if you're here right now, you get to see an exclusive. This is a one-off exclusive. you get to see the artwork that I've literally spent the past 2 days working on. It is the background banner artwork for HeroCraft. It is what we're all going to be known for. It is... You get a low quality version like this, so that you guys don't get to see everything. But it's... Oh, hold on.
Done.
Centrosity?
Yeah, it's
Hey,
me!
I accomplished 2 tasks. I killed 2 people.
I can speak too,
and
don't worry.
I almost got Ozza, but
Hey, Dance, I
but
won't
Klutz
ban you for a month if you
found
do your
Centrosity's
tasks and
body
finish in
right as
time.
I was hitting kill on Ozza.
Dance has never done a task while dead and never will.
This is
Oh,
probably
no.
it's a one-off. This
Oh,
is
he's
a
AFK
very
right
this
now.
is a one-off. I typically always do my tasks. I'm a good team. Okay, I've done most of them.
I blame Dance.
Ah, the 80s were a big blame for dance rate era.
Dance, comma, not a type of dance.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You haven't even done. Now you've done most of your tasks.
Uh-huh. I have 2 tasks left.
Dance can't do tasks. He's in the loo. Nice.
Oh no.
Mhm.
I say.
Oh.
John is heck.
Ozza. Ozza.
Maybe AFK.
Ozza.
That's okay. Do what you need to do.
Ozza's actually the bad guy. Why'd you slice Clux?
That's stupid.
I was running around with Jay to obviously prove that he wasn't
I
the
feel like my
jester,
wellness has been
and then the
forgotten.
vent
I
popped
must
behind us and
remind
somebody
the
murdered
people among
Clux. And I'm
us.
like, oh, I wonder who
I
that
believe
could be,
that,
seeing as I was stood right next to Jay.
Mm.
It's Dark Wolf.
So,
So we
Dark's
can
a
either go
jester.
past
There's
Rain
no-
or
I've
get
killed
Dark
this.
out.
voting Apple.
There, you haven't killed
I've
this.
killed this.
I'll let
Okay,
you
to
get
put the
away.
blame on you.
I mean,
Okay.
if they vote him out, then we win anyway.
We're
But I want to
voting
get a task win.
Apple, right?
Is it just
Sophie is
me
the
on
other
tasks?
jester.
Oh,
That sounds about
Testing.
right.
We can't vote
no.
Dark. I
don't
Oh,
vote
why,
Dark.
why are we left with an
Let's vote for
executioner?
Ample.
Sophie, you
Oh
better
no,
vote for
Don.
Dark.
Oh, Dart is no.
I
Dance
voted
is-
for Apple because that will make me win.
It will not. No.
I mean, playing to your win
I can
condition,
think about it
can-
real
I can
hard and it
appreciate that and
might-
respect
They're
I've
gonna try
skipped,
and tie
but
it.
Dark's a
Apple.
jester. Dark's a
Tessie,
jester.
please vote Dark. Please vote Dark.
Uh-huh.
Fine.
Jay didn't do this.
I done this. I done this.
Yay! I got a Jester win. Yay!
No, I was obviously
Why
the
would you
jester.
talk about that?
The sheriff
I don't know
misfired on me
why.
round 1, you see.
Yeah, why'd they go on for so long? What the heck?
Because the Jester and the Exe.
I know
Trying
Bruce
to
got
win.
car out the bat. I'm like, screw this. I'm just gonna freaking kill indiscriminately and just get caught.
Yeah. I was going to kill Ozza, but Centrosity's body got reported right as my cooldown came back
that's
up again.
me. Happy to be of service of being dead. Let's go.
I was just killing on cooldown at that point, Sin, because I
So
was
glad
caught
you beat the
red-handed
killer.
round 1
Oh.
Jay,
because
if it helps,
Sophie
I was gonna sheriff shoot you.
I
popped
tried
up
to
right
help
as
you.
I
Jay. I tried to help you.
I did run. I
Yeah, I
saw
thought
you.
Ozza
and
was
went,
sheriff,
"Nah."
so I was like confident he was gonna try and blast Jay.
Oh. Okay, we're still crewmates. We can still do this. Sheriff. Still crewmate. That's okay. We are just everyday, regular, little sussy crewmate. Just your average, everyday, sussy little crew. I'm going to write lyrics to that. Just your average, everyday, sussy little crewmate. I'm walking away, don't you see? Although this is very cinematic, this music. That's Cluck. Let's do wires again. I'm going to speed through my tasks. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. I'm not the world.
Centrosity, did you kill Jay right outside of
What the frick? No.
outside of
I have
electrical?
about
Because
3 clears.
well, here's the thing. You were in electrical.
Yeah, with
You
Cluck.
You're on wires. You left.
Yeah.
And now Jay's body's on the outside of it.
Well, hear me out. I done the wire task, and then I went down into garbage, whereas the second task of my second wires currently is with me. Wait, where is it?
Right outside of the door to electrical.
On the outside.
Yeah, I thought you went outside,
Briz,
probably towards comms to fix
explain,
it.
please. Briz
What
just
now?
walked in on O2 Tree while I just finished my wires task. So, Riz, you must have came from the upside of electrical then.
Oh, no way Briz being caught
there's-
round 1, 2 rounds in a row.
There was nothing there. I just came down and did tree.
You did
If Jay
three?
got killed outside, he got killed behind me.
I don't know
by
if
your
this is
knife.
Riz.
It definitely wasn't me, because I'm
Do you think
currently...
she threw the knife like over her shoulder?
That's
like,
what
as
I'm
she was
thinking.
Wondering if, she,
Like,
if that's gonna be
uh,
like one of her MLG clips. You know, you guys remember those old like YouTube montages?
Yeah, it's
So
like
is this,
Modern
is this
Warfare
one of the
2.
roles Warlock sort of thing?
360
Or
YY
Witch?
off the ladder and you throw. Oh.
Oh, like
Or
high
the
rise?
ladder,
Yeah,
whatever
high
it is.
rise style. Dance can also probably contest of me
It's like
being
a Tony
an
Hawk
O23.
Pro Skater trick.
Dance, can you
cannot
do
remember
that?
a single Nope,
Oh, God
not
damn
at
it.
all. I
Dance,
was not
what
paying
the
attention to a
frick,
single
bro? Oh,
person.
okay, that's fine then. Okay. I was doing my task
All I
next to
do-
you.
All I
All I
know
did
is
was
me
pay
and
attention to
Dance did
myself.
wires in electrical at the
I just
beginning,
think
and then I
I'm
left
getting
first.
Cluckus, did you not
and
see
wait,
me?
that's
Didn't
true.
see
Never
anybody
mind, I remember
since.
Clux. Clux, you're the one I remember. I'm gonna
I'm
vote you
so...
because I love you.
Did I hurt you?
What? No, I just didn't remember.
Okay, that's fine then.
I don't know.
I just
I'm
didn't-
skipping.
How did you see
I'm
Brazine
sorry.
though? Then, Sandrasti?
She's standing on top of both Dance and I in O23.
Yeah, I said I was doing tree.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying is, so you were the last person to walk in there. So if the vote was me, it would
Clux, I only voted
make
you.
sense.
I mean,
to
they could
me.
have been anywhere. We should.
I understand that.
Yeah.
No
Should've
worries.
been. Why
I
are you
just feel
trusting
like
Ricky?
I don't have enough information.
I have too much useless information. I'm sorry. Right, let's go. Let's what? Chat. I'm such a sussy little bean for no reason. And we've got the old playlist as well. Oh wait, yeah. Let's do that. There we go. Dum 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 bum bum. I did. It's a wild. Oh wait, that can't be it. I did it wild way. I still remember where it is. I've still got it. I'm still the guy. You're not the guy, kid. I'm gonna do my wires here. Do this. Can I go in here? Do I have? No, I don't. I need to go up. Nope. Oh, I just missed. Frick, frack, riggedy rack. I have one time. Open, sit. We have a task.
Hello there.
Hello there. Hey, Icy. How you doing today, bro?
It's in Spessy. I went into Spessy as lights were going out. Did my 1 to 10, walked slightly to the right, and got a report button.
Briz, where were you?
Where was I? I was
Yes.
doing. I was doing gas.
I know what's wrong with it. Ain't got no gas in it.
Did anyone vouch for that or seen that?
I can say that the body is in the top right corner of specimen because that's where I am.
Ooh.
I just
Yeah.
walked into electrical and was heading to get to open the
Wait, are
turn
you
lights
doing
back
gas
on.
or are you turning
Hey,
lights
I see.
on? It's two different things.
What?
How you doing, bro?
I was doing gas and then I walked into electrical to try turning on the lights.
Like
Okay,
this
should we
one.
try and figure out who Brizzy's partner is? Anyone else got like
fingers.
locations or clues?
Clux is clear.
Probably not Dance. He's doing weapons as lights are going out. I don't know if he left since.
I thought their partner was Sophie at first.
Oh my god!
That they, we're coming into the top from the top into specimen.
Sin says they were top right specimen where the
Okay.
body is apparently.
Okay, yeah. So that does track. I was in.
Oh my god!
I was in top
I winded
decontam
myself. Hi, Beth.
doing wires.
How you
when,
doing? Still gonna. I can't
when
dance.
top
I'm
decontam
okay with
went
it.
off during the lights. So I think
Okay.
somebody came
I
in
think
while
this,
I was on the wires.
How
well,
you
I think this
doing?
killer must have come down from top, unless I missed someone coming in.
Do you mean from Medbay towards down to Spessy?
Down to Spessy?
No,
Yeah.
that's the route that I took.
And you didn't see anyone? And,
No.
Or...
I was doing my lights on the outside.
Hiding in the bottom of Spess there.
Yeah, they could have been with lights out.
Yeah, lights are still off, right?
No, I'm at the bottom.
Yeah,
bottom
that
of them.
lights should still be off because I haven't made it to the lights panel yet.
They are still off.
Well, they could still be in there.
Immense villager
I'm just
noise.
gonna vote with my heart.
Okay, I vote Dance.
I feel like I'm gonna see a vote on me. I feel. I knew it. Dance.
No, I voted Briz.
I think the fact that
I also voted Briz.
The imposters haven't voted Briz,
Uh-huh.
so Briz is an imposter.
Ah.
Also, that was a really great way to clear where she was last round. So you know.
Okay. Yes, early stream. Not only early stream, but maybe we're going to be doing early streams from now. Depending, chat. This is depending how the streams go now. If we can do early stream, I don't mind doing a little bit of an early stream. I'm good. How are you? I'm good. Thank you. We're vibing. Oh, who are you? That's Ozza. Okay. Wait, we got us. Wait, we don't have. Ah, we got it outside. Frick. I'm gonna try bring back. I will do it. I will bring back Among Us. I will be the Ludwig of Twitch. Why are the lights still not on? Am I gonna be dead here, or are we just gonna? I feel like that they're gonna try frame me. You know, Sin. I have a big news. Is that what we're calling it now? What's big, bro? What's big about it? Okay, I'm just gonna go spam report. Let me see. Yep, there he is. It's Ozza, and he's dead outside Lights Cage. Gosh darn it, to heck. Gone too soon.
Brains are gone.
Gone too soon. What do you mean? It's true, kind of. Fair. Including that being like me having no... I'm smooth, it's fine. It's a smooth brain. Oz's body is on the outside of the electrical door.
That must be why the lights still aren't on.
They are done now.
Just got fixed by somebody.
Yeah.
Like the lights are on? Oh.
Yeah.
I just said they were taking forever.
Briz, you would not notice if the lights got turned back on, would you? Because you're an imposter.
I just fixed the lights. I think that you said that Oz's body is outside of electrical.
In the door, like just outside the doorway on electrical.
Okay, I think that whoever is Briz's partner was with them and they double killed because I just got a report button coming out of electrical, which I think is Dance. So,
yeah, it will be.
All right, so I think we just vote Briz here.
Briz, I love you, but I also don't believe a single word out your mouth right now.
I'm gonna vote Sin again.
I don't believe this.
Yeah. No.
Briz, you've been caught twice, maybe even thrice. Some may argue.
Thrice.
I feel like the other one's between Tess and
I like
Apple,
rice.
but I don't know which of the two.
Yeah, you two be quiet.
I have nothing to go off that but my pure instinct, so probably don't listen to me on that.
Maybe
Apple
I'm just
being
loud.
quiet is so scary. Apple being quiet is scary.
Ah,
Actually.
you see, two
I
people
voted
voted
Sin.
me.
Where Sin's gonna kill again.
Apple.
I voted Sin.
Why?
I don't know.
Fair. Okay. Will you guys? Okay, as long as it's not me that has a big nose, I have big toes. I mean, you know what they say about guys with big toes? They have incredible kneecaps. Don't ask me, chat. Just ask Google. Men that have big toes have incredibly large and... I don't know where I'm going with this. Irradiating kneecap energy. That's me. I'm the kneecap man. I don't know what I'm saying. And blue eyes. I do have blue eyes. A hole in a wall with men see all. I don't know where I'm going with this either. I need help, chat. Somebody help me. Save me and spare me my misery. A Dido, a boopug, toilet papa, and a boopug. Yes, we're done. A hole in the wall with the... That's Tessin. No. Ha ha! I beat her. I'm alive. Let's see who's there. Electrical and comms and admin. Electrical comms and admin. Electrical comms and admin. Electrical comms and admin. Electrical comms and admin. Chris. Electrical comms and admin. Electrical comms and an admin. It was Chris. Fair. I'm done with tasks. It's okay. They're so separate. They're so isolated. I thought it was a turtle, but I'm okay either way. You know, you looked deep into them last year. I did get a... Nuh-uh. Briz was crewmate? What? Wait, was Briz a crewmate? Do it. No, Chris, nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. If it's 16 seconds, his cooldown's going to be off. There's no one that... What? Hello, Apple. You're going to be dead so fast. Wait, what? It's Tessin. What's that?
Oh my god.
Excuse me?
Yo.
In what world?
You gotta get out of the vent and fix those things.
someone just in the vent the whole time?
The jesters just were
Destiny got out, but Dark Wolf didn't.
I had no stake in this game. I didn't care.
Okay,
No,
so
you
here's
could have won. You can't win if you
Apple.
don't get out of the
I was
set.
dead in the
Well, I
electrical
figured it's-
box. You opened every door but that one.
There's one killer left. I figured that they would have found a body or something.
I'm
Sabotage
saddened.
win in 2024.
I'm
Yeah.
saddened.
Let's do it, man. That's
Deeply,
way
I'm
to go.
saddened.
Right, I was definitely. I feel like I missed a lot that game.
Oh my god, yeah.
You know, this is
my
Yeah, you missed quite a
God.
bit.
Don't worry about it.
Wait, who's not here? Who's not here?
Mentally, not me, but I am.
Oh, it's
Wait, so what, Briz?
Is
Was
Apple?
it you?
Oh yeah, Apple's on the wrong version.
Yeah, I killed Jay.
Briz was
I
one,
knew
right? It was
it.
absolutely Briz. Yeah, it was
I
Briz,
never
yeah.
expected Chris to be the other one. That
I
threw
never
me off.
expected
Chris,
it to
Chris did a
be
great.
Briz.
I do want to
Yeah,
say
you
Chris did a
did
great
awesome.
job right there at the end bit to like push onto Apple.
Gosh
like,
darn it.
I
Hi,
forgot he was
Ambo.
a killer, and I was like, oh,
How
he's
was your
good.
day? Imagine losing to Reactor. I can't.
Dude, I had no
2024.
idea.
I was still learning things.
Well, I figured there's a killer in between a jester between Tess and Apple. Both were quiet.
I'm always quiet.
That's
I was doing
fair
best.
point.
Mhm.
Oh my God.
So wait, who? Oh wait, yeah, of course. I was like, who's the second person? I was like, yeah, I got killed by them. Yeah, thanks, Chris. I was about to like hard clear you. My energy walking past you was like, yeah, there's Chris. Yeah, let's go. And you killed me, bro.
Very well done.
I was opening the doors that I had closed to.
See, that's. I was like, come on, you wouldn't do that,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Slice. I bolted
Well, hey,
for my dear life
Chris
from
and I went
Tess.
to lights at the start of that one round where there were two
Yeah,
kills in electrical, and no one came. So he just said,
Yeah.
"Okay,
Yeah.
we'll just camp lights."
Yep. That was that was
I don't know why
the
you
game
decided to
of
fix
no,
it.
Gosh darn it. But I miss you too, Ambo. I do. Also, chat, I want to say, Hiccup does have dreamy eyes. It was okay. Early stream? Huh? It is, yeah. So, like I mentioned before, we might be doing early streams from now on. If people like the Among Us streams, if we get... Like I said, it's... Frick. Damn it. More crewmate games. That's okay. We are a crewmate chat. Yeah, if the average and if the stream performs well, basically, because I'm okay and I have fun in these lobbies and I play them offline a lot, but I also don't mind just doing them live, you know. One more. Who's that? Is that Apple? Hello, Apple. Bum 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 ba dum ba dum bum 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 ba dum ba dum ba dum ba dum bum bum ba dum dum ba dum dum. Look at me, I'm riding, running off cause you catch me, I'm hiding. Lights off, cannot be visible. Run wide, my source is divisible. By two, cause I'm crewmate. Cause you know, I reiterate.
Within the last 5 seconds.
Yeah, it's pretty fresh.
Razine didn't kill this. I know.
It's about
Citrosity Dance. We're in
Okay,
weapons with
tell me when to
Razine. I don't
stop.
know where Razine went. Oz
Who's
was
on
in OT
nav
with me.
squads? Who's we've got? I'm on
There are
nav
3
download.
in
Someone
now.
else is on nav download with
You're
me.
with Chris. I just left
With
you.
Chris. Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, me,
I was
Jay,
gonna
and
say,
Chris were all in nav.
Somebody was in
I'm also in
nav
nav.
with me.
Yep.
Yeah, me.
I
and
know
also
Dance
Chris,
was on
There are
weapons with
3.
us.
Dance, where'd
So
you go?
what names are those?
Jay, Dance, Sin, and someone else.
There can only be 3 in there, though.
There are
No,
only
in
3
navigation
on
there
the
was only
table
me, Oz,
in
and
nav.
Chris, but I did
Yeah.
leave a few seconds ago.
Yeah, that's who you were
So I'm
crossing
not paid
paths with
anymore.
me. Yeah, you specifically were crossing paths with me as I was going in.
Did I?
Yeah. No, so I was going from my
And then,
bottom
sorry,
task
who
in
is
nav.
who is the weapons squad?
Dance, Citrosity, Brazine were there. Brazine was
Yeah.
still there when I left from
And-
O2 and reported this
Then
body.
Brizzy. So yeah, it wasn't Sin either way.
Lovely.
I was
I'll take that
there.
one.
Dance, where did you
Sounds
go
like
again? I
it's-
couldn't hear where you went after weapons.
Dance is definitely.
I mean, it sounds like it's just between Dark Wolf
You
and
have the
Testing right now.
Oh,
Dark, Tess, and
Why
Someone
not Cooks?
DC.
Yeah, Tess DC,
Yeah.
I think.
okay, Dark and Clux.
Wait, what'd I do?
There's one other person.
What'd I
that
do?
doesn't
I don't know where
clear.
you are. Who?
Oh.
I finally don't need to be up super early to watch your streams. I know. Look at that, Ambo. You now get to be like, whoa, and enjoy the streams. Wait, so if it's 4 a.m. when I go live typically, that means 4 a.m. live for you is 9 p.m. for me. So that's what, 7 hours difference? So if it's 6 p.m. here, it's 1 a.m. for you now. I mean, it's still late.
Yep.
Sorry, that was my bad.
I got a feeling about Crazy Chris and Apple, personally.
I'm fucking crazy.
I got a feeling about Ricky.
I mean, that's fine. You can have that
Sunak?
feeling. You know
Yeah,
that
me
I'm a
too.
good bean.
Just casually mention the Prime Minister of the UK. Yeah, I've got a funny feeling about Ricky. What, Rishi Sunak? Yeah, me too, bro. He's kind of sus, isn't he? Hi, Ari. How you doing? You're right, it's 1 a.m. for you right now. No, I'm not good at... I mean, I am really good at maths. But it's not that I'm good at maths, per se. It's... I'm just really freaking good at time zones because I work with so many people from around the world. Hence, the American group and the Asian groups. So I just work with a lot, so I'm very, very aware. It's 6:52 for you. Really? It's 6:52 for me too, Hiccup. Holy guacamole. Do you also live in the... Hello, Ozza. Do you also live in the United of Kingdoms? Ooh, nice. Can I... thank you. Yep. Oh. See, Ari, that's why it's like... If I was to do streaming at this time... It would be hella early for all of the Americans, you know? Can we... Okay, there's no one here. That was Chris. I think Chris did that solo. Fair. No, so I feel like if I was to do earlier streams, it's going to be like American morning streams, you know? There's got to be... Okay, let's go down to comms. I reckon there's going to be a body in comms. Nope, but I'll do my download. It's an extremely large round. Long round, not large.
All right.
That was long.
Yep.
It was.
Riki is dead in the intersection between reactor, the engines, and security. Like smack dab middle of it.
This can't have been that long ago. He went up to do numbers as I went on to Simon Says, and I haven't done the final one.
I do have a question.
Did you say this is recent then?
Hit me, bro.
What's that?
Probably.
Dark, have you just sliced Crazy Chris?
What?
I just passed you. I was going to electrical. You're coming out of electrical. I know that.
Yeah, I left Chris in electrical. And now he's dead. And you just passed me.
Oh.
Come on, bro. You can't be slicing and dicing. It's 2024.
It was a 50-50 between like Dark and Clerks last round. So Dark killing recently would make sense.
I thought Ricky... Wasn't Ricky also saying something about Apple?
Apple and Chris.
He was.
He was saying that Apple didn't have the clear,
okay.
but yeah, I thought Apple
He was just so
Apple
incorrect.
went from weapons to admin, and the info was correct.
Yeah.
All right, I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know where you saw Chris, but I didn't see Chris at all.
In electrical, I then left and crossed you. So I left the storage.
I just walked into electrical. I have not got to the back. Unless you left him dead in there. I don't know.
Wait, actually...
It was me!
Oh my god, it's Jason Bourne.
All along!
To be Doc, I did see you in electrical, and you were at the back. That's specifically where I was with you, was the back of electrical.
Do we want to figure out where because we know where we know where the other body is, and Dark's been accused of a different kill, so do we want to figure out where
Wait.
this other
Sin,
one?
you were not in there.
No, wait.
Dark doesn't want
We've
Dark
got
doesn't
to.
want you to
That's
do
okay.
that.
We can jump.
Yeah,
we can revisit. It's fine.
Yeah, we can. Dance. I just saw you in weapons. You going into weapons when I was coming out.
Yeah, I just went down into the passageway to the right of O2. I've got all three of my tasks left in just this little nook, basically.
Okay.
Spicy. We'll
And there
revisit
wasn't
Dark.
a body over there. Dark
Yeah,
is
who's your
100%
partner?
bad, by the way. If someone
Me?
was sheriff,
Who's my partner?
By all means, have fun. No, Dark, not you.
I don't want to keep
I
it's
did
Jay,
spin
I
it all
believe
around,
him.
so I don't know where you were sitting.
Donuts, Mr. Krabs. Don't you? Woo! A donut. I want to try work on just one. Listen, chat. There's one voice I really wish I could do, and I really wish it was Homer. I really wish I could do my Homer Simpson voice a lot better. Be down to watch some Among Us streams, some morning streams of Among Us. I'd love to do Among Us streams, and I think we can. Right. The only downside is I don't think we can do lobbies every single day because I don't think I can fill up those slots every day. Not unless I get invited back into like family friendly or a different kind of creator server. I don't think I can do all of them being Among Us unless I was to do community ones as well in also-ness. But I'd also be down to it. But then again, I'd be down to watch any of your streams. I'd also be down to watching any of... I do watch your streams when I'm working, to be fair.
This
I
Dance, I
think
could
that
kiss you right now.
Ozza just sheriffed me.
I would also think that Ozza is the sheriff because this was fast.
It was very fast.
'Cause I was walking and then suddenly I saw
it's the same
a report
cooldown.
button
Oh.
shortly after I passed Ozza.
Oh, are
I
they
think
the
he may
same
have tried to
cooldown?
sheriff me.
They're the same cooldown. If anything, I'm willing to
Oh.
bet that Briz ping diffed Ozza more than anything else, as we know that the same cooldown.
I did
What
get
do you
I
see
did
then,
get a
Dance?
ping diff in the last game.
What is it? Oh, dead body. What is it? Not again right next to Brazine. It's enough back that she's trying to run away from it, which makes me feel like she's trying to escape the body. But it is
Or it could
like,
just it could be the other. Go on, say the location.
Ping diff.
It is
think
to
that-
the entrance
think that
of
it's
storage.
because of the way- the
Brazine.
thing.
No, so sorry, Brazine. What's your logic? Why you're good
What?
here? My bad.
I'm saying that he sheriffed me. I
I'm
noticed
I'm
the
down to
report button
believe
and then
that
I
I-
turned around to go
I am
back
down
to
to
the
believe
reporting
that.
that you.
Well, why would he sheriff you when
That's-
Dark had all the sauce on him?
That's what I'm wondering. Yes, I know. I would say I believe it being a sheriff shot, but I also think why would he sheriff shoot Briz? There's been no suspicion on you this game.
I bet. What is it? Briz knew that he was trying to look for Dark and shot him.
That's interesting.
I
Apple,
do think.
Sorry, you were trying to say something, Apple.
Go. Noted.
no.
Yeah. I mean, okay, so to
I
revisit
feel like
back
Dark
onto
Wolf is
Dark.
a safe bet to
Yeah,
vote on.
I know.
Yeah,
agree.
I'm down with that. But I definitely, I'm willing to bet that Brazine's the other one.
I mean, yeah.
I didn't say how much I bet, but I'm betting.
Well, she's either an imposter or she's hard clear. You know, one of the
Yeah,
two.
yeah, and we're about.
If
It's
we
either
vote-
you're
if we
very
vote
bad or
Brazine
very good,
You're definitely good
To be fair,
or
if we
not.
vote
Who
Brazine
knows?
Out, we have a guaranteed kill or gone.
and this is why we play Among Us because
Nah, it's
you're
fine.
either good or not. And we voted out the jester.
I'm not.
You should play Fall Guys with me sometime. It's free. Plus, I promise, to carry. I used to play Among Us a lot, right? And then not Among Us. I used to. I used to play Among Us a lot. I've got about 5,000 hours on this game plus. But no, I used to play Fall Guys a lot, and then I went. I can't take. It made me very angry. So I used to play Fall Guys. I played Fall Guys the day it released, and it was great. We had a good vibe. Until so take note, the game released first day, servers are terrible. The first game I play, I win. I have a 100% success rate, and as I grab the crown, it disconnects me from the server. So I'm like,
I'm running towards the security.
So I got
say,
sides.
nah, chief, run away. Then I see Jay walking in there. I'm like, all right, I'm going to go check with Apple, who's down inside of lower engine, hang out with her for a second, then run back up. And little do I
Oh,
see
yeah,
Brazine
I know
running
that
away
much.
from the dead body of Jay on cams. Wow, it's crazy that Brazine's been sheriff shot twice in this game.
I think Dance killed Jay and is trying to put the blame on me.
I don't know if I could hear a smile behind you saying that, but I feel like I heard a smile behind that, Briz.
Brazine, I was really hoping that you could go into this meeting complaining about how the fact that like everyone was like grouping up and then you were screwed over because your imposter was found round one. Can you go in? Can you start doing about that stuff?
Do you have a notebook
it's not
next to you,
me.
Dance?
A notebook?
Yeah,
think it's
bro, you
Dance,
record
honestly.
things. I mean,
It's his dance book.
Oh my god, it's his dance log. There we go. And with that, Briz, I voted you because I don't want a dance log. Also, somebody said in like round 2 you went sin, dance, and I just started to jiggy. Why?
Oh, y'all crazy. Y'all crazy.
Ah.
That's a really interesting vote.
Yeah, I know.
That's a really weird vote.
I
Yeah.
know. Darn it. Scottish Chloe, how are you doing? Also, how you doing? You guys welcome in. How are you guys doing? It's nice to see you. I finished my task because oh, I don't know how many crews were left. Let's go check. Wait, I need to check. I need to go check on admin. Wait, that's 1, 2. Where's my mouse? 3. And of course, we gave them too long to do it. 100 ping's crazy. Do I? Oh yeah, it's even though it's because there's a reason with it. 18759. Nice. No, it is Briz. It's Briz. Vote them out, Captain Krabs.
Okay, Briz. Okay, Briz.
It's just definitely Dance.
Yeah.
Just zoomed ahead.
Getting away
killed
with
us.
this, Briz.
Guys, I was trying to see how fast I can go into every single room on this map.
Sin is my
being
riz.
really weird about that. I was
It's
gonna like do a
definitely
time at a stopwatch up.
Is this?
Yeah.
What did you see, Clux? Am I crazy?
What did you see?
I saw the panel, and then I saw you and Briz together next to the panel, and then you reported, and I don't know where the body was, and I don't know what happened.
It's on the panel. It's Sin's dead body on the panel.
Oh, I've still got the wrong version. Bodies aren't showing up.
Oh,
that makes so much sense. 504 Dev 5S.
Yeah, that's the one.
We're on 504 too.
That's now.
Yeah.
I can send you this, I think. Hold on.
Oh god. Yeah.
Yeah,
so
I've got
while
it down.
they debate that chat. Okay, so there's a reason why I am on 100 ping. So Jay, who's Jay Fletcher 88 or Jay Fletcher. Oh my god, it's Jay Fletcher. So Jay is hosting a lobby. He lives in Liverpool, where I used to live. Again, in the UK. I am also in the UK. Still, I now live in London. So what did Jay hosts games in NA Among Us because the servers are better. However, it goes UK, NA, UK. So I have a 3-way ping backdoor that I need to bounce off. That's why my ping's so bad. Yeah, he's from the UK as well, but he hosts his lobbies in the US. So it goes UK, US, UK.
I'm
Was
still
that
trying to figure out
a case study to you guys?
Brizzy, I'm so sorry you keep getting imposter.
Yeah.
Can I please not be imposter?
Sin, what did you see, Sin?
What do you mean? What did I see?
Because the body was a lower engine, I was electrical, and you were not there. I'm like, how the heck do you see me in electrical?
Oh no, so I walked into electrical, I then saw you, then I went into storage, and then it got called when I was in upper storage. So it was a decent couple of seconds beforehand, but I did see you though. Or I'm just being dumb. That could also just be a thing. My brain's like hella smooth today.
I mean,
I'm drinking Costa coffee. That's the first problem.
The first step to solving a problem is admitting you have a problem.
I didn't say it was a problem. I'm just hella dumb sometimes. But I'm okay with that.
But hey, at least I got 4 kills before getting thrown out.
Briz.
Dude, I think because I have a sore throat, I can't like make as many dumb memes with my words. So instead, I'm like doing a lot more sweating than normal. It's so much fun.
Okay.
Oh, bro. Okay, so that's what it is. I was like, oh my god, Dance is on some kind of like Adderall today or something. You're focusing.
I'm on Adderall every day.
Bro.
I need it.
Yeah, right. I mean, that's
It's-
just the life.
Oh,
the life of,
my god,
the
I
life
need to
of
get a refill.
ADHD. Come on.
I need to get a refill.
That's like, oh
dude,
no, I
last
need
time
Yeah,
got
it's
a
refill day. Refill day, baby.
It took 2 weeks to get a refill last time. I was in pain.
Yeah.
Next week is refill week for me.
Thank you,
I'm gonna
Jay.
call mine in today because it's like I just don't want to fucking take the chance.
Take a chance on me. Sorry.
Good song.
I know. Oh, it's so good. My ADHD just goes burr. Frank, we're a crewmate again. I do want better. Very interesting. I'm confused. I'm a sheriff. Let's go. Focus. Chat, what is Adderall, by the way? I actually don't know. I'm a sheriff. Sheriff. Well, I just went to the bathroom with sheriff, baby. I need to talk in this kind of accent. I'll get killed so fast if I start talking like a sheriff. 71851. Never mind. That
I guess you
was
can
super
call for
fast.
your refill.
Yeah.
He was pissed when I walked in here.
Apple.
I did not do this.
Depending
I
on
did
the
not
setting,
Yeah,
that
he
quote
did
is very bad.
Yeah,
Tess, what happened?
Viz did not do
Yay,
it.
What happened, Tess?
There was a dead body on medbay. I walked up with Briz, and I don't think it's Daza.
Dark Wolf, you and
I
Dan,
hate
didn't you
doing that.
two go in there?
It is not the chicken.
I think we initially a few of us went in there initially.
Me when I
Okay,
go into
because I
KFC and
dipped
ask for
off
chicken.
and
I don't know
went-
who stayed in there, but okay.
I dipped off and went through locker decontam. I'm all by myself. So where are you right now then, Dan?
It is the
Dark?
dances. It's the.
The why?
I hate
Whereabouts
doing
on the
that.
Y?
Going down to
I'm gonna
cafeteria.
get killed for doing that.
No, you're
dance.
not, because I've been standing in the middle of the Y.
That's
and you've
true.
not crossed me.
That is true.
It's true.
I'm an admin.
And I've
Jay
seen
is in the
Sin,
middle
I've
of the
seen
Y.
Apple.
Sin's an admin, yeah.
I don't see
Cincinnati.
you there. I have my map up, so I didn't see you.
Wait, Jay, I'm in
Well,
the middle
I
of the Y
didn't-
right now. Are you there still?
Yeah, I am there.
He is.
I'm
to
like
be
if
fair.
I hit, I've been walking at the Y and I hit tab like to see where I was, and I've hit the direct middle point.
Okay,
now I
I'm
can-
not
I can-
standing there, no.
Right now I can see my little blip on the
So,
crash street.
The top left sharp point, I'm right on that.
Chat, did I just disconnect? Chat, did my stream just crash? Or am I just being dumb? Nope, you're fine. Okay, right. So you know what I will say then? Chat, this is a good time for me to say, hey, TikTok, listen, we're going to be ending up on the TikTok side of it. If you are enjoying what you're seeing, come over, twitch.tv/IntrustyHD. You get all of the good jazz stuff there. I'm just going to do a quick skip real quick so we don't see anything. But TikTok, if you're having fun, twitch.tv/IntrustyHD. It's the exact same as my TikTok, except it's got a header at the end of it. Until then, chat, I will see you there. TikTok, chat in Twitch. Say goodbye to TikTok. Bye, TikTok. And that'll be the end of you guys. Ending stream? Yep. And we'll do that in a second. I didn't see who the suspicions were because we were doing that. Cool. We close that. Black TikTok. Is it Bob? I love the song. Oh, I love that song as well. Oh no. Okay, now I've got you guys fully attentioned and I'm not splitting my bitrate across other things. I didn't see who was I missed it. 7-1. Okay, 7-1-8-5-1. Hiccup. I need to stop paying attention because I'm the shawoof. I did not pay attention. I'm a shawoof. Got it on my name. Just my name. Got it on my name. So see. When you call my name. Okay, so there's no one. I just nearly accidentally clicked. I need to take my mouse off the I need to take my hand off the kill button. You called? Hello there, Mr. Hiccup Wild. My name is Syntrocity HD. SYNTROCITY HD. You get the trigger finger ready? I do, but then I also get trigger happy. Too fast. Terrible. Also, Cora, I know that you mentioned before you were like, I won't fall asleep in your lobbies anymore. I was like, am I boring? I was like, oh no, I've just remembered about the message.
Poor Reheat dead in reactor.
Me looking at the UK government's announcements into can't say that.
What did that? What?
It's okay. I'm not going to repeat that. I made it silly.
Talking about politics in the game. Oh my god!
I told you, ADHD's been going. I've had so much coffee today. I'm so sorry.
Rango Burr, we get it. No worries.
I mean, that's a lifestyle.
It's a choice. So it's an addiction, but I'm okay with it. Where's the body?
Reactor.
Good. Okay, I have someone I could probably clear, and that is going to be Chris. Are you inside of the lights area?
Yes, I just finished my big long computer task.
Oh, it's so annoying.
Clux, like, I'm guessing you. Well, I guess you had enough time to get to a reactor from the greenhouse area, yeah. Because I know I had seen you on the wires when I went in to water my plants, and then you were gone when I came out, and I went into the office to do my computer. So I guess you had enough time. It just.
I don't think it was Jay. He
No,
kind of hollered around greenhouse admin and then went back into greenhouse at one point. So unless he, I wouldn't say teleports. If he vented,
no, I teleported.
Yeah.
Teleported.
Admin
Wow.
privileges. Oh, it's a Minecraft server all over again. Oh no, I don't.
The teleport power, Jay. I didn't know that was a thing in Among Us.
It's a sheriff bonus.
It's a new thing yet.
Yeah.
It's new,
just
new
for
power.
me. Just for me.
You point the sheriff gun on the floor and it shoots you across
It's
the
a
map.
transporter without having to transport somebody.
See? Exactly.
So we're voting Dark, yeah?
Yeah. No. But definitely not you, though.
What? I still feel like he's a possibility, but I'm not comfortable voting him.
You know,
I don't want to make you do anything that you're not comfortable
I have
with.
very little info. I've kind of just been around admin the whole round because all I did was water the plants and type in the code, and that's all I've done with my whole day. So you know,
It's so productive.
Take an easy day. No worries, man.
Yeah. I got pajamas on. Gosh darn it. Yeah. Look at me. Run around. HD. That's my name. Anyway, wait. Hiccup, you need to disappear, bro. I missed it. You said, anyway, Foxy sleeps. Good night. Catch you on in a bit. That's your bang, okay? So he's a bit sus of Jay, right? I can't go with the Jay, but I need to focus. Okay. ADHD brain when I don't focus on being sheriff. Hell so la 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 la. Yeah. Look at me saying trust the edge die. La 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 la. Hell so hard, hell so hard. Not to getting. That's who is it? Is that Jay? Never mind.
Because I was waiting for Deacon time. I saw the blood splatter through. I saw the vent open, the blood splatter, and the vent close. But I was like staring through the door, like my face pressed up against it to try and see who it was, and I can't because the stupid Deacon time's going off. But,
so I can clear at least 2 people. It's not Tess and it's not Apple.
They've just hopped in the vent. They're like within the last second.
I saw something really weird. So Tess, Brazine, Chris, and I all went up to. I tried to keep track of who went where. Briz went into the vent at the top right of labs. I checked all around. I saw the vent pop, and then I checked everywhere, and Briz was gone. Briz went into that vent. She might still be in there as Jester, or she's your venter. No, I checked everywhere for you. I looked specifically for you because I checked everybody.
Because you're sitting there going, "There's no way 5 games in a row."
Who can we clear from the last like second of the round? Like who's
Chris
not going to
Apple.
right now?
Can I just get a reiterate?
Chris,
Where's the body
Apple,
again?
Flex. Bottom Deacon Tam.
Okay,
and they vented in and they vented out.
Okay, they did not vent out of the bottom of Deacon Tam because that's what I'm about to walk into now. So the locker room per se.
Well, I'm in the locker room, pressed with my face pressed against the door right now. Yeah. Like I like that. So basically, what happened was I was waiting to get into Deacon Tam. The vent opened. They did the kill. Like I saw the blood splatter. The vent closed, and I was like, "Who are you?" And then it opened.
Briz is either Jester or that's your killer.
Okay.
I'm not a killer.
Dark, where are you then?
Nowhere.
Oh, and everywhere at the same time.
Good defense.
Yeah. So Briz, yeah.
No, I
have
to be killer 4
I think
games.
Brisbane might be a Jester, but I think Dark.
Definitely between 1 and Briz and Dark. I feel confident with Dark, to be honest.
I'm really worried Briz might have just been sat in an event. If we find evidence Briz can change vents, then you know it's a different story.
Or Sheriff maybe take.
If we're wrong, sorry, Dark.
Okay, I think the play here is I think I have to kill Briz. I listened now. Now, was that Briz? Wait, where's Briz? I need to move my microphone. Hello, microphone. Hello, microphone. Oh, it's Briz! Wait. That's That was a Briz. Wait, that was Briz! Please! Wait, what kill? Ah!
That'll work.
Well, that
works.
Damn!
Sure.
That was a good Jester play, Briz. That was really good.
You know what? No.
Yeah. I was hoping that you guys would push it more on me than you did.
Well,
Clocks is just way too clear the whole game.
I'm taking
What's
that as a
wrong with
win.
that? That's my whole job.
I mean, yeah, but like I'm sitting here as an XT, like there's no way. There's no way. I can't do anything here.
Tess, I'm
I
so
was
sorry.
hoping that after all those games that I was evil, that I'd get voted.
We just vote you
because.
out. Yeah, because you're Briz.
All you gotta say to sus me is, I saw Clux vent here, and it's like, oh, well.
I'm taking that as a win. Cool. Sorry, Tess. Tess undeafened as I did the... Oh, fair. I'm happy with the result of which we came across. And now, right, we're speedrunning, okay? We're speedrunning tasks. Keys as well. Oh, so many good starting tasks. Pre-light's not going there. It's a dead zone. Never mind. Take that back. I'm a dead zone. It's gonna lovely. You also in the dead zone. I know.
Fast.
Damn, it's a hex. I've already done 3 tasks.
I think we were desyncing a bit there, Apple.
Tess, where's it at?
What?
This is above storage.
Was that you and I, Briz, vying for the
Yeah.
switches?
You and
I backed
was
off
saying-
after a second.
I was like, wait.
So loud.
I was like, I'm gonna be the best crewmate ever. Wait, I'm messing things up.
Yeah, we were fighting.
Do we have any timing?
It's 12:16 Mountain Standard Time.
You know what I mean.
Where is it?
Oh my god.
Above storage.
Where is this kill?
Above storage within the past 5 seconds.
When is this kill?
Okay, within
Probably
five.
So it's not all
Not
any of
Apple.
us at lights.
What'd you say, Chris?
That's me,
Probably
Apple,
not
Brazil, and
Ozzo.
Sophie, I think.
Yep.
Not Asa, let's go.
What the hell?
Why not Ozzy?
Whoa.
Probably
I'm
not
radiated.
Ozza, I'm saying, because Ozza and I are both in labs
We
together.
are both in labs.
Ozza just got off Telescope, and I was 1 second away from starting my vials, but the body got reported.
Is there
before I
anyone else
could
you wanna
push the
clear?
button.
I would like to.
Ricky and I
be
were
angry at
on
everyone on the
outside
lights.
temp, we're on cold temp together as well, while the lights were off.
Yep.
Why are you
I don't remember
angry?
where you went though.
Oh, I went outside. I just got there and just was getting this body.
So
I
cloak
have,
stands so dark.
I'm irradiate.
I'm
I'm
not clearing.
irradiated.
I'm not clearing.
Well, the answer we can just clear tasks. Like, how fast do you reckon we can clear tasks? I think if we are fast. Briz is the imposter again. It's the magical leprechaun, Charlie. It's the magical leprechaun. What's it? Wait, there's a joke to it. I love. I miss everything. I miss like llama. No, not leprechaun. Wait, what did I just say? Leoplorodon. That's it. It's the magical Leoplorodon, Charlie. Damn it, it's a leprechaun. No, it's Irish, okay? That's the worst luck with social deception games. Oh. Okay, look, if Briz is within her own right, the imposter, I think it's going to be a slow killer game. I think Briz is socially exhausted when it comes to doing kills. So I think we've got time to speed. I reckon we can get everything done. Time zone sucks. I'm already sleepy trying to stay awake because I missed the stream. But it's okay. You can always, watch the VOD, but I 100% understand. I too wish that you were around for more of the streams because you are an amazing person and we enjoy your vibe inside of it. Speedrun, we'll speedrun. I'm going to speedrun the heck. We're going to lose. We've got my Dance who's AFK. Wait, Dance? No, wait, Dance is a killer. We're okay. Dance is a kill bean. Let's done. Okay. Oh no, wait. Dance is there. Never mind. It's Dark. That's okay. Dark is the one that's AFK. You to here. You to here. You to here. You to here. Okay. Briz is in there again. There's no way that Briz gets chair shot here. Down to here. Up to here. No. Fix you. Fix down to here. And you here. Good. That's good. I'm not stopping until I get all the tasks done. I'll leave the lobby if it's... Never mind, I'm not going to finish that sentence.
Okay. So...
Double kill.
Chris is dead in the
Double
hallway of
kill.
lab, and the last person I remember seeing was Apple in lab. But that
Yeah,
was like a
I
good
cut-
15 seconds ago.
He was on the temperature
hate-
next
I
to the
hate do-
node
I
flip
hate
when
doing
I
it.
passed him.
Mhm.
I hate
And that was
doing
just
that.
before the lights were going out. So, yeah.
Mhm.
Whoa,
I
whoa.
Yeah, I
fixed
don't
lights.
think
when people like tried to run away from it when it wasn't
What the
actually
heck?
done.
What's going on?
Oh,
Maybe-
the only person that tried to run away from it when it wasn't done was Brazine.
Yeah, I thought I had flipped the last switch
Okay,
and
I'm
I
not-
started walking and then I said, wait, they're still off and turned
I'm
back.
not trying to accuse our resident imposter, okay?
Mm.
Let's give her a chance to get caught first.
No, I'm just clarifying what you said.
I know, I was making a joke.
Yeah,
I'm
I
sorry.
thought that the lights were fixed because I flipped the last switch and then I started walking. I said, wait, they're still off. Why? And turned back.
Chris, I'm upset you didn't go
Yeah,
into
that would
Spessy with me at the beginning of the round because we were there together in lower decom, and then I went to Spessy
What?
alone.
I
Apple, where'd
was
you
in
go?
Spessy. I did
Spessy.
1 through 10.
Oh, maybe that's
And
why I
then
didn't
I
see you.
Then I left
My-
through the off.
My brother just sent me a My brother just sent me a picture of his dinner for tonight and went, as if it was like something that he's really looking forward to. I'm like, that's amazing. It looks awful. It could be each to their own, I guess. But he made a pizza, but it's just like it's dry as hell. It's like the cheese doesn't reach the board. It's like I think he's just made it himself and he just didn't. I think he went to do like stuffed crust and then realized I don't have the ingredients to make stuffed crust. So he didn't and he just flopped the crust back over. But whoa, there is some there's a fringe on that pizza.
You haven't even seen me.
It's kind of the way you're doing it.
I'm just trying to get information.
It's not so good. Oh no, I did see. I saw them.
Okay.
I saw them, Ari, and they didn't look
We'll see how this goes. next
divine.
time.
We'll see. We'll see.
Executioner.
We'll see.
We'll see. We'll see.
Interesting.
Range vote.
Well, here we are. Back to doing every single task in O2.
Okay, now we're back. My brain just shut down for like half a second.
Only half a second?
Oh, it was. Oh, well,
consider yourself lucky.
Oh, it might have been a lot longer. It felt like a time zone went off. I had to. Right, let's see.
Wow.
Wait, no, I missed the chat. Let me see. Ambo. No, my freaking. I need a new mouse as well, chat. It's a Leopardon, Charlie. Good night, Sin. Today I can't stay awake longer because I'm already sleepy. I'll try to join the stream. I miss you, Sin. I miss you too, Ambo.
Quack, quack.
I will see you another time.
Quack, quack.
In fact, you know what, Ambo? This is for you. You ready? We can vibe for a second. We ain't going anywhere. Why not? Hey.
Quack. Quack.
Hello, Drew. Wait for it.
Quack.
Oh my lord! Oh my god! May I just say, I'm not in. I'm wearing a sweater.
Okay.
Even I got vote.
Okay.
Yeah, skip so we have votes on.
I feel like Briz is a definite. Dance might be the other one.
Glasses on, chats. I'm wearing a sweater and an overshirt, so I'm very hot. There we go. Hello, bruv. How you doing? I feel like I'm so out of touch with what's going on in the past like day or two with HeroCraft. Drew, are we going to be using that? I guess we can talk about it without like saying what we're talking about. However, are we going with that new map? Is that what we're going? Selected. We can finish this task right here. Blue, red, yellow, pink. I went to chat. So back in today, right? Back in today, when we were streaming this full time, all the time, I made some merch, right? And we're talking like Wagwan. I think just a deafening real quick. I made like a flat snapback hat, and it was perfect wires, and the design of it looked really nice, and I just didn't release it because I was like, probably Among Us won't take off so much, and Among Us became the game of the century. Like, oh my lord. Thank you, Sin. I appreciate it a lot. I miss vibing in the streams. Anyway, good night, everyone. Also, Sin is a donut. I am a donut. I am a donut. Amber, have an amazing night. It was nice to see you in the chat. I hope you had an amazing time. Hope you vibed out as well. I'll see you soon. But the best donut, I'm like a strawberry glazed donut is where I am. I am. Good night, Ambo. You're a donut. Ambroski. Oh my god.
I called it.
3 kills. Well done.
Let's
I don't know how Briz can get
Briz-
voted out.
Riz, are you okay? It's been a long day so far.
Yeah. I was gonna say,
Like,
how's
how's your
getting
social
it?
meter doing? Are you okay?
Again and again and again.
Rosine, I tried to help you there.
I
by
don't
calling
know.
you the imposter as quickly as possible, just so
Yeah.
people would feel bad
Thanks.
about it.
Thanks, Dance. That was so.
I went for the meta save. You're welcome, as people
Yeah.
would call it.
The first round I didn't do anything, Dance, because I was trying not to.
Oh yeah, no, it's smart. No, you did a good job.
All right. I'm gonna be AFK for a little bit, by the way.
Sin, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I should
Go right ahead.
Oh, it's okay, bro.
I'm just too good at the game. I'm sorry.
I felt it in my heart. Don't worry. Let's get revenge. Right, you went down. Right, we do have it. I know what's wrong with it. It ain't got no gas in it. Is that? Okay, so Tess is... Oh no, I'm stuck inside of this place. I'm gonna get done so fast. Oh. I got done so fast.
I think this is around the button area. Clark's hasn't moved, and that's kind of the only clue I have, because if it's a button, I don't know.
Cluck did say that they were going to be AFK for a little bit.
I saw Crazy Chris on Asteroids with me.
Yep.
He was coming from that direction. I don't know if it was him. I don't know.
That's the problem. We all were, though. It's
I'll have a clear for you.
Straight off of
Really quick.
off of cafeteria.
Yeah,
download,
what's your
and
clear?
I saw-
Dance one I've killed.
I can
Fair.
clear Ricky,
Fair.
and only Ricky, because I've seen no one else.
I'm stuck inside of storage. The doors are closed. I am stuck.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I saw Briz
Me and my
one other
gasoline.
person on cafeteria
Yeah.
trash.
Yeah, I did trash and download, and I'm now in O2 doing leaves.
I'm going to download some trash.
Nice.
Don't know where that's going, but I said it.
Oh, you've been listening to the majority of Taylor Swift's new album as well?
Wow.
Oh shit,
Dude, there's like two or three good songs on there.
So
I
we're
wish it was
testing.
better.
You just pissed off 500 million people. Easy.
Yes, you did, admin.
You're an admin.
Dude, we're playing
Oh
Among
shit,
Us.
be careful.
Swifties rise
in
up.
the daytime. We're fine.
Yeah, fair. Yeah.
Yeah, true.
All the Swifties are still in school. It's fine.
True. Also true.
Yeah.
So this
Oh,
is so this is Cluck, yeah? The
Sophie,
AFK
where are
person.
you? Nope.
I'm on Asteroids still.
Ozza.
I just saw
I
Chris.
walked through
I'm back.
asteroids like way
Hi,
early,
back.
and I'm
I'm
down with
Sin.
shields.
Okay.
We were just insulting Taylor Swift.
Well, I guess Dark, committed Sudoku. That's kind of what it shows. Anyway, bye.
Okay.
Vincent.
Huh?
What if he's not into Sudoku? What if he likes like the crossword or something?
What, Wordle? I can say I've never played Wordle in my life.
He committed Wordle. What do you mean you committed Wordle?
I've never played it. I know, I've never played it. I know.
Actually, I
I
prefer
played Wordle
connections.
once and then
to be
immediately
fair.
went for a more difficult.
Oh, that's what
version.
I'm playing at the minute. Connections.
Yeah, we love connections.
Every time I die, I put on connections.
Oh, that's smart, that is.
It's so good. Like I got the limited on hard.
Don't know what he's on about. Okay, right. We need to go and find ourselves some Sudoku. We need to go and find ourselves Dan. She needs to do it. That's Tessin. Tessin said it was me. I'm going to turn off the lights. Turn off the lights. You got to move here. Extra bright. You said in the bada-boo. I saw Tess jump into... Did not like that. Did not like that. I think Ozza might be the jester then. No, Oz. Huh? I'm so conflicted. So Ozza and Tess are both jester. Okay. I'm being slow killer.
Oh, that's not great.
Is this in lower engine?
Yes, it is actually.
Did she die next to you? You two were together.
Yes, that's why I'm not pleased by this. We both were running past electrical together. I kept going up. I did my top fuel. I saw Briz on the
No.
thing
I'm
there
out
at
for
the top,
dance.
Top engine as well.
I'm out
Somebody was
for
on
dance.
cams. I passed.
I
by
just
cams
got on
was
cams at the end, which is how I noticed you were running to lower engine. Brizzy was behind you, so Brizzy probably wouldn't have done this. And then I saw Jay. Jay, were you over on the right side?
Yeah, on Nav, yeah.
Yeah, Nav
I know
side.
that after Jay and I fixed lights together, Ricky was also in electrical, and then I went and started my gas.
Yeah, I went through lower engine, upper engine. Actually, did my re-up power in lower engine first. Went to upper engine, refueled it, ran through above medbay, saw Ozza, Brizzy, checked in medbay, no bodies in there. Went to the right cafeteria, heading to the right side of the map.
I'm again stuck in storage.
Dance for you.
Yeah, as I was leaving, I was with.
I'm in upper engine.
I was with both yourself and I was with Chris and Sophie just as they were going toward lower engine. I went back into storage and then the door closed.
Where in upper engine are you, Dance? Because I didn't see you up there.
The top left corner.
Okay.
It doesn't sound very crew, in my opinion, but could be Jester or Killer.
I know no, it's okay. We have two jesters.
I am comms.
Clux, where are you?
Admin.
Tess, you're not in comms.
Yeah, I'm doing my download.
Are you for the second time? Oh God, those vents look amazing, Tess. You should vent more often.
Okay, so Tessany can vent, but she might not move. But
Wait, but Sid, you know that
she's been jumping in and out. She's been jumping in and out.
Okay, I was gonna say if you know she's a jester, it's because you know who.
Because I'm the imposter. Yeah, it's me. Okay, now I have to actually do something. Jeez, why do I open my mouth right now? Where is he? I need to go find him. I need to find him. Where is he? Where are you? And I'm so sorry. I cannot eat. I cannot sleep tonight. I miss you forever and always. There you are, Dance. Follow me. Follow me. Follow me. I'm gonna turn lights off. Extra bright, you say you're the son of you. And now I'm gonna close off this, and this. As long as I got that, I'm content. I'm content with it. Because I'm aware. Wait for it. Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Yoink. Ricky's not a ferret. Oh, thank God. Lord have mercy.
Okay.
This is Nav.
That's a few kills.
More than one, statistically.
Who did you find?
I don't. That was Dance. That was Dance. That came up.
Dance.
Yeah.
Okay. I think Apple killed Brazine, actually.
I did not.
I left you and Brazine in electrical.
No.
Went on to
we
cams.
were in electrical, but Chris and Clux were also in electrical with us fixing lights when we fixed it.
Briz was shortly
the second time.
Admin.
I've been running with. I'm just behind Ozza. We saw each other at Shields.
I've crossed you Apple a good few times around storage and electrical. I've seen you around there a lot. I've seen Apple a lot this round.
Briz has just died. Briz was top of storage when I walked through storage. So that's very, very fresh.
Centrosity and Ozza, you guys, I popped on cams. I saw you two run into admin. Centrosity, why did you, when the lights were off, run to the top of cafeteria, hugging the left-hand wall?
Is that not an obvious? I'm just going to hide.
After you popped out, killed Brazine on top of storage, and then ran up there?
Nope, I was from weapon side. That's completely fine.
No, you were in admin. I saw you go into admin.
I was in admin a long time ago. How would you see me in admin if lights are off?
I saw you go in there with Ozza on cameras.
Yeah, but that was a while ago, my guy.
That was like 10 seconds ago.
That's not 10 seconds ago. So wait, so you're saying that you saw me... Wait, okay. So you're saying you saw me when you were on cams in admin, right? Yeah. And then you walked all the way to cafeteria and then saw me hugging a wall.
Hugging the left-hand wall.
So you had. So you have an amazing sense of eyesight.
Yeah, I had LASIK.
Just one massive eye. Why did I?
That might be wrong.
I don't know. I think I do think that's right.
I'm so confused.
What a twist of events there.
Ah, gosh darn it, the fricks.
They're about to push Apple and like they're coming right onto you.
Oh yeah, they just snapped, crackle, and popped. It was the weapons comments. That was the fumble of the bag.
Sometimes it's worth not even to say a word. Even when you're good and telling the truth.
Oh, bro, it does not matter. I think it's because I'm northern. I think that's what it is. They're just like north of the UK. Nuh-uh, not on my watch.
I've had times where I tell the truth and I'm like, I didn't kill anybody, and I still get accused.
Accent, so you're pretty much anywhere inside of like that whole Europe area. I don't.
I'm just European.
No, see, I watch Vera, and you sound like Vera, so I'm fine with it.
Oh, I have a very formal, like UK accent.
You have
to be
a
fair.
Vera formal?
I have a. You see, Dance, that's why I didn't kill for the first 2 rounds. I was hunting you specifically.
Wait, what?
That's so valid.
Wait, what?
Oh,
did you say? Wait, I'm sorry.
Dance, when I killed you in Mirror that one game, I was trying to kill you to get caught so I can go eat lunch. Nobody caught me. I'm like, God damn it! I killed in front of other people. Like they should just throw me out or something.
Yeah, I tried finding you so hard.
I will be right back. My drink is empty and I need to fix this.
Ah, straight vodka for Briz.
I was killed.
Oh God.
I was murdered.
Yeah, I killed you.
And over here like, oh, my drink isn't topped off enough.
Oh,
and
what kind of established lady do you think Briz is? My drink needs a little bit of top up.
That's how basically everyone else sounds to me.
Fair do, son. Fair do.
Such a marination going
on. I went down. I know.
It was very quiet for a long time.
It wouldn't have worked, and that's why I couldn't have threw it on Ozza, because I knew it was Jester. Both Ozza and Tess both vented in my imposter vision, so I could only have thrown it on Apple or Ricky, and they were so ready. They was no. There's an Exy and the Jester, so they got rid of the Exy target died, and then when Exy target dies, they turn into. This is a Jester win at this rate. I know. Jay could. Oh wait, that's in block caps. No. I know. Jay could have done this. IMO, in my opinion. To be fair, no. To be fair, if Jay didn't do this report, then one of the Jesters would have just swooped in and went, "It was me," and they'd have got it 100%. He now needs to convince them. Makes sense. Amni from Exy is cool. Yeah, he doesn't use Amni. He does not use it. He is very, very low mod. It's vanilla plus. That's how I would. Yeah, no, that's how I'd say it is. It's just vanilla plus. That's welcome to vanilla plus lobbies. Mod is so fun. I know. And the thing is, he doesn't even have medic on, and medic is a vanilla setting these days. This is one of my favorite songs from streaming. That you're in love with me. It is so lightly modded. It is 100% just pure vanilla plus.
It's just
I think it's Jay.
Okay.
Okay.
I reckon they're gonna vote themselves.
I skipped.
I voted Apple.
You voted Apple. Apple and Ozzy voted Jay. Jay skipped.
I did skip, yeah.
Oh, Ricky voted me? Okay.
Yeah. If you're saying the other two are Jesters.
You know, I've learned that I play Among Us, and
Sophie, finish your task.
I've just realized I play Among Us on the wrong monitor.
It's still Apple though.
Huh? Oh yeah, no, it's purely just Apple.
Apple's
Yeah.
got gas and
damn, bro.
Something else.
The thing is, he has 2 Jesters and they're both hiding, so he has...
Yeah, I know. It's impossible.
Well, if he gets both kills and then gets called to the reactor,
that was a good kill by Jay. Then a good, good play.
If Apple finds the body, it's over, man.
No, she just needs to do her task.
Hello. Just because the doors locked me into calf, so I assumed there had to be a kill somewhere.
It's sin possible, okay? Sin possible.
So can do their remaining task if they want.
I've skipped.
It's me.
This is a jester trying to get himself voted out.
It's not at all. It's because calf doors just closed. I'm not a jester.
I just ran past Jay.
Where was Jay? In storage? Okay.
Yeah.
The body will have been wherever he had just. But anyway, Apple, just do your last task. Just rush it.
It's not Apple because she hasn't got tasks. Apple doesn't have tasks.
Yes,
She's a killer. You're a killer, Apple. You can't.
I have 2 tasks.
Apple, ignore
well, I mean, I don't have 2. I do so have tasks.
You so do
I'm
not.
All the sabotages.
So do.
I'm gonna lock it.
No.
Yay!
Oh, thank
He
God.
barely gotten that kill.
Run,
That
Apple,
was a good
run.
kill then.
Was he really just trying the nah, no you defense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah, he's
so
chasing
great.
Apple. Apple.
Apple
he blocked
button.
all the
It's me.
freaking
It's
doors.
me. It's me.
She has a lower engine or electricity.
I hope she only has lower engine portion.
No, I'm locking. I've locked
She only
every
has
door
lower
I
engine
can.
portion.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's
what's wrong with
calibration. And
Gotta
Jay
go!
is starting.
No, it's so
Oh,
close. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Jay.
You're good based on what I saw.
Sid, you know when you're dead, don't sabotage, don't close doors, man.
I'm sorry, bro.
Because I was gonna delay closing the storage doors and then delay the left engine, and you just fucked it all.
I'm sorry, Jay.
Jay, are you gonna really pretend like that would have made a difference in the way the final round went, though? You really
Well,
would have really
if I kill Oz and be like, oh, let's Jester just vote with their crew, get Apple out of here.
Oh, I
know.
listen. I fumbled the last round as well.
That's true. Destiny was voting Apple.
Oh.
I got danced. My
I
mission was
trusted
done.
Jay. I was wrong. I don't know if I'll trust him again today.
Task screen. They don't even have like full tasks. I wish. Oh, my music was on chat. I'm sorry. I do full tasks as well. They don't do full tasks. That's the thing. It's like this is not full tasks. This is light work. When we used to do it, we do like full tasks modded. It's a different. My argument is if it's not a different game, it's not modded. Oh my god, I love tasks. I love doing all the tasks.
So good news, Briz cannot be an imposter. Bad news, Briz is dead.
How do you know? Could have been a sheriff shot round one. We don't know. Chaotic.
No.
No, Briz doesn't do that.
What if Briz was sheriff?
Oh
and
wait,
Briz
no, I was
not.
gonna say, oh no, is this Briz's first crew game? But she was crew last game, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Yes, she was, yeah.
But yeah, lower left of the Y.
Oh, there.
Okay. There was a group of us before lights went out that were like ahead on the Y, like going up the Y.
Chris, Ozza, you two for sure.
Someone
Destiny
just
was a
walked out of
little
medbay.
behind you.
Hmm.
Someone's in
was
Deacon
it-
Tam going up ahead
Uh,
of
I
us.
just want
it's me,
to.
it's
I
me.
think everyone ahead of me, unless they vented behind me, is obviously like clear in my books.
I'm already in reactor.
That tracks. He could be the one ahead of me.
I saw, I think, Ricky in
Yeah.
Medbay.
Where's the body again?
Lower left of the Y.
Y. Yeah.
Yeah, not Sophie.
Not Jay.
Sophie may not be able to clear me, but
Hey, Lucky. Thank you for the follow. Why am I alert not work? Oh my god, the alerts. Oh my god, it's Jason Korn. Is it just off? Let me just repeat that. Am I stupid? El Stupido. Let me do that real quick. Lucky, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Let me fix this. I'm so sorry. Allow. I've not played Among Us in a while, so this entire Among Us scene's so out of date. Dum dum bum 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 dum bum. Look at me, more like look at us. Am I right?
Emotional damage.
Right, let me repeat this because I feel I need to acknowledge this. Oh, check it out. I'm practicing line right now. Oh my god. It's Jason Bourne, bro. Followed. Look at this. You ready? Wait, that didn't show. Huh? Just chatting. Let's go here. Real quick, chat. I don't have the scene set up. Oh my god, I'm such a noob. So wait, now I... Does that work now? What? Okay, never mind. The follow alerts just don't work. Never mind. Stats person? How? So you're supposed to be good at Among Us. What? Wait, what did I miss? So you're meant to be good at Among Us. It's like you never stopped. I know. Like, it's awesome. They keep track of who gets imposters throughout the lobby. Is oh my god. Ego X game mode. To be fair, I don't think I've lost my touch. I just think I'm outdated. I just need to get familiar with it again, because I used to be... I would go out on money and say I was one of the best players that played Among Us. When it came down to, like, social... I say that and I mess up. Never mind. We didn't get a single task on my ADHD went grrr. I think I was the best, like, sussing. Like, I was good at reading people, and then I took a long break from it.
Dance. What's the letter between Q and T? It's where, as in, where is this body?
I don't understand that meme. Am I too old?
Where is
he a jester, or is he just a terrible person?
Both.
I'm leaning
he's a
towards...
thinker.
I don't know. I'm just waiting.
I'm waiting
I'm waiting for
towards
Jay
the
to get
latter.
banned.
Where is the body?
Damn.
Where's the body?
No, right? Isn't what is it? It's oh god, let me figure out. It is what's between W and T or Q and T? It's
Oh
the
my god,
vent
stop it.
cafeteria.
I don't understand the jokes.
He said
It's
he's
not a joke. That's
That's
why
about
it
cafeteria.
sucks.
It's on the vent, on the way.
I've been on admin table the entire time, and I can give you no useful information because I've not really been paying
But
attention.
that is useful information.
That
also.
is
But
so
that is where
valid.
I've been.
Honestly, so valid.
This
Anyone that's
is
walked in there has seen
highlights, I
me
think.
stood on top.
He's a spy. Shoot him out.
I think a vent flapped and it was not Jay.
Where?
Are you sure? Because
getting
what if
cleared
it
again.
was?
Apple, Jay, and I fix lights.
That's between Q and T.
Yeah, this was just before.
Well, I was
think
in there
there was
too, but I-
someone... Yeah.
The far right one was the last one to be fixed.
You showed up late then.
I know.
Hey
Wait,
guys, what's
was
between you and O? X
Jay
and V,
Fletcher, I'm going to kill
Y
you.
and I.
I'm
And
getting rid of
O
him.
and left
I'm getting-
square
I'm get-
brackets.
I don't
It's
even care.
ICUP.
I don't care.
Don't even care if he gets it,
ICUP.
just get him out,
This
yeah.
is just the win.
ICUP.
P,
No, it's
I
good.
cop you,
I
Phil.
see.
ICUP.
Take the jester win. Go for it.
No, I really want.
Why am I getting voted?
Jay.
It's
you.
Like,
Why? Why?
From one scouser to another Jay, I'm just upset.
Why? I was hard cleared.
Now you're just dead.
Oh, well, that's
Cleared.
what a
Just
waste of a
dead.
jester.
Yeah.
Oh my lord. Oh my god. I don't chat. Am I just too old? I didn't know you were streaming. Now I'm late. You are late. In fact, Sam, you're so late. You don't even get to do first, second, or third or anything. I mean, hard cleared is death eater. I mean, hard clear. You know, like, he is now. At least we know, like, he's cleared now from the planes of existence. Jay shouted at me for do it. Wow. I'll just continue to do this. Okay. Frick me. I can't do any... I'm getting killed at, like, really inconvenient times. Like, when I'm just doing tasks. This one's for the rhythm and... Wait, chat. I did the thing. You ready?
Right. For do this. Ready?
Oh, okay. Apple and Chris are gonna get me. Right. I'm gonna stay deafened. I want to show you. I wanna show you what I do. It's so stupid. Ready?
This one's for the rhythm and vibe. Keep that in mind when the feeling inside. This one's for the rhythm inside. Keep that in mind with the rhythm of the rhythm. This one's for the rhythm inside. Keep that in mind with the rhythm inside. Keep that in the rhythm inside. Keep that in mind with the rhythm, the rhythm.
Oh, it's meant to be. It's meant to be like It's meant to be a background dub for it.
Otherwise it'd be like this. This one's for the rhythm inside. Keep that in mind with the rhythm in, 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 rhythm in.
I'm so lame. I'm so lame. I'm so lame. Play to all of you as a backtrack on the song. Huh? Wait, hold on. I'm syntacular, is what I am. Syntacular. Let me go back to it. This one's for the rhythm. The rhythm. You ready? I'm so lame, but I love it.
This one's with the rhythm inside. Keep that in mind with the rhythm inside. Keep that for the rhythm inside. Keep that in mind with the rhythm, the rhythm. Keep that for the rhythm inside. Keep that in mind with the rhythm, the rhythm, the rhythm, the rhythm, the rhythm, the rhythm. Keep that for the rhythm and the rhythm and the. Keep that for the rhythm inside. Keep that in mind with the rhythm inside. Keep that for the rhythm inside. Keep that in mind when I'm hitting with the vibe. Keep that for the rhythm inside. Keep that in mind when I'm feeling this vibe. Keep that for the rhythm inside with the rhythm and the rhythm and the rhythm and the rhythm and the.
It's if you're not making a fool of yourself, it's just if you're not making a fool of yourself, it just means you take yourself way too serious. Hey, listen, I liked if I don't care having a smoothest brain, okay? Smoothest brain, funnest times, okay? That's how I see it. Smooth brain, most fun. ADHD, funny forgetty. That's what kind of spaghetti I like. Funny forgetty spaghetti. That's my brain. My brain's just in noodles.
This one's for the rhythm inside. Keep that in mind with the rhythm inside. Keep that for the rhythm and 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 the. For the rhythm inside. Keep that for the rhythm inside. Keep that in mind with the rhythm inside. Keep that for the rhythm, the rhythm, the rhythm, the rhythm, the rhythm, the rhythm and the.
All night, all you. We want a pretty face and an empty noggin. Exactly, okay? Look, you can't look this good and be smart, okay? I'm wearing my... I feel like... Wait, does that look like I've got cat ears on? Does that background make it look like I've got cat ears? Meow. Kinda? Wait. Wait, there we go. Meow, bitch. Wait, is it this? No, it's this way. There we go. Oh, look at that. Meow, bitch. Meow. See, like I said, that's why I'm so hot, chat. Because it's so early in the day, I have to close my window because I live like not even a block away from a police station. So it'll be very loud is what I'm saying. And I have a noise gate, so it doesn't even matter. Quack, quack, quack. Also, my music's good. I think that's why people come along, really, Z. And it's not because I'm funny. It is. I'm freaking hilarious. I know that. But I think it's more so like my music selection's good. Like, this is on random. I clicked next. Also, by the way, Le Freaky Assassin. ¿Cómo está, señorita? Buongiorno. How you doing today? Welcome, Sin. Maybe because you're funny and cool and syntacular. It's also because of my dance moves, right? Whack, whack. Oh, by the way, don't forget, chat. We are going to be watching a Minecraft movie today. I can't believe I did that. I'm doing good, playing Baldur's Gate 3 while watching. How are you? I'm doing insane. I'm having a great time. You can get good music in a lot of places. The only place you can get one goofball. No, as soon as right here, baby. It is. So, chat, what do we reckon? If we were to do modded Among Us, by the way, who's down? Heaven, like super modded. Like we're talking chaos mode. I'm so good at doing that task. Wait, I missed one. I clicked off it too fast. That's how fast I was to do. Here we go.
So vote Ozza with you, Dance.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just jumped on
Rick. You did really well. That was a good
push. Since March 23.
I knew you're bad. You only ever push for random votes also when you're evil. Just to lower the numbers.
See, exactly. Right, chat, I'm sorry. The jacket has to come off. I'm just too hot. Hot damn. We're now going to sweater weather. Because I remember t-shirt wet. Oh my god, I'm stuck. Chat, I'm stuck. I'm freaking out. Wait, I'm actually stuck. I'm stuck. Chat, I'm so stuck. I'm freaking out. Anyway, I had a panic attack from that. Break it down for me. No, steady. I got so yeah. Do you remember? What the? I was Briz green. That was peculiar. It's not easy to deny a lobby that's modded, if you know. Wait, look at that 80s necklace though. I wear this every day. I just don't wear this sweater too often.
Pre-checking lights. Okay, lights go off. I'm like, hell yeah, brother. I fix lights, walk to the door, there's a dead body, and lights the doorway. I don't know how long it's been there.
But you were trying to be a good person though.
I was trying to be a good person. So yeah, this is killed literally, not even at the entrance to electrical, at the entrance to lights. I could have just missed the killer by a second. They could have been dead there the whole time because I run straight to lights.
You were just like, nah,
not Riki, not
wait.
Apple.
It's not Brizzy.
I ran straight to medic and then tried to take my actual jacket off and then nearly had a panic attack because my jacket wouldn't come off and it was like a straight jacket.
So, Sophie,
are you okay?
Oh, I'm good now.
Sophie, where are you seeing Briz?
We are in storage doing our gas.
Okay.
Or at least I am, but Brizzy's in there, so I'm just saying.
Yeah,
Just keeping you company.
I got my first tank, and I was walking out. I thought I saw a green person walk in.
Your first tank or your first kill?
Well, that was not me because I know that I walked south off dropship with Briz, but I went into electrical and I'm down in O2 now.
Wait, you went into electrical like straight away?
Yeah, off dropship I went
And
into
so,
electrical and then went.
I wish we had an
I'm
ETA
already
on the
down in
body.
O2.
Okay, but like, hear me out. Brizine's doing her first tank. That means she has a tank. If you have a tank, you can kill pretty easily. I'm just saying.
I think what Briz was meant to say is this is my first game where I'm just crew.
No, that's not true.
That's not true.
Wait.
See, so it is her first game trying to kill again.
You know what? You know what another word for a tank could be?
Reinhardt.
Anyway, I'm gonna skip.
Briz's Juggernaut confirmed.
Not Brizzy, not Sophie. Okay, so Apple Clucks, Ricky, Briz, Sophie,
Apple
looking
Clucks
Claire.
clear each other.
Chris has walked through the crime scene at some point. That is suspicious, Chris. Yeah?
That's reasonable. I mean, that is reasonable. I was in the area.
Chris has been just as evil as Brizine, too.
Nuh-uh. Right, let's go. Jihad right, I should do that. Can I get in? I don't need to be in here. No! I did not need to be in there at all. Why did I go there? Okay, let's go. Let's go. Apple. 2 in office. Who's the 2 in office? Are they still in here? Oh no. I hope I don't fall. I'm not even gonna. I'm not gonna do it. There's no point in me doing it. There's enough people here that they can just warrant their own rest. Really, I'm drinking coffee, but. Don't even hydrate. No. I don't even have a task in here. Why am I so dumb? No. Thank you. Frick, riggedy rack. Oh my. Oh, I can do that.
Apple's dead, but anyway, Ozza's dead, currently inside of O2.
I just found Apple's body.
Where did you go?
Where is it, Jay?
Apple's body is in labs. Me and Ricky walked in together. I walked slightly further than Ricky into labs, and the body's there.
That's what. Yes. I went into bottom decom with Apple, and then went. I don't need to be here, so I left immediately. So that does track.
Chris, where are you? What was your pathing?
I was in O2. I did see Jay on the trash.
No idea if Bepanex. Oh. If it's Bepanex, you just shove it into the plugins folder. Okay, wait. So, like you guys, I'll just say this just for 2 seconds, and then I'll undeafen because I need to be in this meeting. To be fair. What do you do when you download the mod? I literally just download it. You literally download it and run it. That's fine. I'll explain it properly after this.
While the Sabo was going off.
He's a.
Wait, no, that's not true. I was
okay.
In
Here's a thing. I didn't see you, Chris. After doing my garbage chute, the reactor went off. I walked straight back out the bottom door. I'm all concerned.
Jay, if it also helps.
Are you sure you didn't see me with imposter vision, Chris?
I'm quite positive I didn't see you with imposter vision.
Quite.
Back where are you?
Because I don't have imposter vision.
Dropship.
I do the keys. It's Chris.
Also, Deck, I did see how you what's going on with them curtains. Oh,
you spent the whole round there so far.
It's a casual thing. Don't worry, ain't even sticking. How you doing,
I had
Deck?
to do the keys up there because I left the dropship right off the bat.
Yeah, that's fine. I had time to do weapons, start comms, go check on this node, and then almost do another task in lab. So
I need to check on a load.
You're missing a large chunk of time. Centrosity, where's your pathing?
Started, went into bottom decom with Apple. Apple then continued forward. I was like, hold on, I don't need to be in specimen, so I then went back up. I then went back into office because I had wires to do. Then I went down, went into weapons. I didn't need to be in weapons. I just opened the door, and now I'm doing the little node on the bottom of O2.
Clux, your pathing?
Tiebreaker.
Chris is actually a bad one, by the way.
I'm not gonna lie. I kind of zoned out. I had straight out Compton stuck in my head.
I go though. No clue what that is, by the way, chat. So what you need to do, by the way, if you do have a... Hello, everybody. My name is Markiplier. If you have modded Among Us, all you need to do, download the file. There will be a folder. You open the folder. You're done. The EXE is in there. You just load Among Us from that little click. I'll showcase it after this lobby is done. This lobby's got another hour left on it. So far. We could actually just do Community Among Us after this for a little bit if you guys are down for it. All I need to do is give the file to Zine, and then Zine just upload it onto Discord properly into the Modded Among Us section. In fact, no, wait. I think I've got a Google Drive of it. Zine, just do me a favor. Just check the... I know you're busy, but just check the Modded Among Us section inside my Discord and just see if it's in there at all. Because if it is in there, then you guys just have to download the file. Hi, Sophie. Hi, Jay. And that's the download. And there's Dance. Yeah, you do. Okay, if it's in it, yeah, just download the folder. That's in the Google Drive, and you should be good to go. Just double check and tell me what the version number is, because I used a different one to everyone else. PM dead light. Bomb, bomb, bomb. Nice. Here we go. There's Dance and there's Cluck. Sophie and Jay went downstairs, so we should be able to see them there if we go down. Oh, and there we go. Howdy, partner. It is me.
Howdy.
Yeah. This body is in O23. Oh, that rhymed. I'm a genius.
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah, it's at the very top of O23. On the Vials task.
Okay. Me and Sophie were O2 quite a bit. But the way Sophie was doing the task, I absolutely trusted a bit, so I don't think she got the kill.
Sophie wouldn't do this kill.
Unless you guys are teammates covering each other, but I don't know.
Oh, you're right.
They were roommates?
They were roommates.
They were roommates.
Did you ever see the second part of that video?
No.
Did you also know that was filmed by Smosh?
Sounds about right.
Yeah, good things. But yeah, I feel like I can trust... Look, I feel like I can trust you. Wait, what? Huh? Wait, no, I don't. Is Dawn's now dead?
You don't trust me. How rude.
It goes between Chris and Briz then, you're saying.
Wait.
What's up now? I'm currently in Specie.
Wait, no, wait. Dance was alive 2 seconds ago with Cluck and I. I turned lights back on, and it was Dance and it was Cluck. So this makes me distrusting of Cluck. Look, where did Dance go?
I passed y'all as I went into security after y'all fixed lights. Like I did double take at the door, and then I went towards security.
This is upsetting. Dance has just died. I feel like I've got a lot of information that's... Yeah, I have a lot of information that's irrelevant. I know where 2 bodies are roughly. Dance is on the outside of electrical, probably near Death Valley between dropship and electrical. And then Ricky is on O23.
We could skip on 7 still here. So.
Yeah, we could. Let's just...
No, Chris, what's your pathing been?
I went up to labs. I started heading towards lights and went back into labs. Went down into spec. I'm right now in the office. I haven't seen a soul.
Did you slice dance?
How long have you been in Specie? Because
no, I left Specie.
I guess I was gonna say no one was there when I got there.
And I haven't seen anybody this round. Like it's been like a freaking dead zone on the.
Let's go, baby. We might not get a crew win on this one. I do love this song. Chat, if you guys want to do an Among Us lobby, we could actually do it. We could just... I don't think today would be the good idea to do it. But another day we can do... Maybe tomorrow? I'll be down for tomorrow. I'm going to be doing... especially because it seems like people are enjoying the stream, I guess. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Quack, 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 quack.
Oh man. Oh man.
Sin is dead, I think. Well, the light's out. I assume it's right outside the lab doors. Like,
it was close.
Just on the outside of lab doors, between storage and lab door. It's around there.
I saw Chris running away from lab.
I saw Sophie and I saw Clux running into lab. I'm currently on the lights panel. I'm the only one here.
Chris, I think you've been too sus for too many kills.
I mean, that's fair. That's totally fair. But, I mean,
it can't be a coincidence now, in my opinion.
I mean, that's totally fair. But, like, we also don't know how old this body is.
Yeah.
Well, the round has been on for too long.
Yeah.
Apple's
a short round.
I think Apple's happy with the decision. Well, bah. Whoa. Ozza really bumped up with us. I think Ozza went back to streaming roughly the same time I did, because Ozza went live and had like my average, and I was like, oh, Ozza must have either just fell off or he just doesn't stream anymore. But my guy is like hovering 130. Cluck is on friggin' 50. Astry's on 100. Chat, did I just disappear at the wrong time? All my friends are like succeeding, and I love this. You guys are all doing amazing. I love this. Damn. Right, let's go. Oh, wait. Ah, okay. That's okay. Oh. Yeah. In fact, chat, while we do this, let me just do a very quick... Let's get a ping going for Modded Among Us tomorrow, okay? Yeah. Let's sort out the Among Us thing. Is it in? So Modded Among Us has 5.0.1. Okay. Private lobby sign up, and we'll do it again and go deep inside of me. Girl, you just don't realize what you do to me. Let's do at Among Us. Let me go. Everything's alright. I'm hooked on a feeling. Am I unbelieving? Right, let's go to hammer time. Let's make ourselves a lobby for tomorrow. It's why I'm deafened still. Let's go for tomorrow. That do you think I am believing that you're in love with me? That you're in love with me. Yeah. Ooga chaka.
Quack, quack.
So sweet as candy. Let's stand on my mind to relearn the roles. And let's go to here and go. 1. Let's go at Centrosity HD. That's my mind. Got a good girl. Is that how I do it? Oh, I need that as well. And there is our yeah. Just doing a quick ping chat at everyone. Gonna start doing modded Among Us on stream. React in hashtag private lobby sign up to play. Wait, wrong time. Wait, I done the wrong time. Hi, I'm believing. It's the wrong one. No. I'm sorry. Private lobby sign up. Turn it down a little bit. No. We need to edit this quickly. Sugar, honey, I see. This one, and it's going to be at 7 instead. 7 p.m. What is it going to be on the 23rd at 1900? This. There we go. That was a close one. Did I do it right? I fixed it. That could have been treacherous. Bah. Hooked on a feeling. I'm getting high on believing. I think they're going to get a task win if I do my freaking ones. Can you put React as a film? Yeah, that's the stupid thing I forgot to do. Let's go to React to play. React with downvote to fill. There you go. Town of Oz. 5 point. Is it 5.0.2? There it is. 5.0.2 is the one. Where are tasks? Where even are tasks? You know. FT. Where are the tasks? Who is? I don't even know who's reacted to it because I got streamer mode enabled. Who are tasks? Who knows? Because that's when I have a recording session. But no, my 2 p.m. group, you might be able to play. Okay, that's fine. Don't worry about it. Hopefully you can play. Here we go, chat. Rocking it up and rocking it out. Live on Juice FM. It's the same playlist over and over. I've just realized I've got my short playlist. Let's go. Here we go. Here we go. Look at me doing tasks. I'm a crewmate. You're my crewmate. Yeah. Here we go. Way to flow. My name's Sintros today. Run around doing all my tasks, you see, because I'm not a killer. I'm not a killer. I like the song. It's such a TikTok dance. Out of my head, out of my mind. Ha! I don't know, whatever it was. It took... I don't think you ever got told what tasks were. It's fine. I don't think you've ever done a task in your life.
So, like, forget it. I'm just gonna freaking...
GG's.
Mm-hmm. Oh. Sorry, Jay. I just... The way you were talking just made me feel...
Unsafe.
Feel sus that it was
Listen, that was my sweat head. I need like... What do they call them? Like sweat tapes around me head to catch all that sweat.
A headband.
A headband, yeah.
It was lucky the lights were still off.
There was also the thing that I did remember seeing Sophie and...
Yeah, be careful of that sweat head.
Yeah.
What's that sweat tape called?
Yeah.
Hi, Wolfie. How you doing? Don't think that alone. Yeah, look at me. Sintros the DHD. Look go. I vibe too much on my own. Smooth brain. Let's go. Not in my mind. With other streamers. Today is with streamers, yes. And then tomorrow, if we do a lobby tomorrow, it'll be 7 p.m. BST. And then it'll be with El Community. Oh, say it with me now, chat. Mr. Krabs. Mr. Burns, it seems to be that Scar is fried. Yippee. Not for Cluck, but, you know.
Is this in weapons?
What do you mean, yippee? Hold on, you.
No. I mean, like, yippee, as in the sound
Rude.
effect. I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry.
Yeah, look like.
So,
Desire to
I run
vote with me
from
out.
Nav 202. As I run past the weapons down corridor, I run over Brazine immediately.
Yeah, I was leaving from O2.
Yeah. It looked as though you were coming down. I'm not gonna hard
came from
accuse because
O2.
it was dark.
I didn't see a report button.
Oh, it was dark?
Say less.
I'm
It was
just
dark.
right
It was
now.
dark.
I was done.
Ozza was on download. And
I wasn't
navigation.
downloading nav, and then I went down towards. I'm actually in storage towards lights right now.
I saw Apple come into navigation as I was leaving. I went down. I'm in shields right now. I remember leaving Brazine, Apple, and Clux in weapons. Centrosity on cafeteria download.
That's me.
Dance was on cafeteria. Trash earlier, and then I think went down somewhere. I don't know. That was early. I think this might be Brazine.
Did you just do an entire
I
school registration board? I was like, yeah, here.
No, I just remember those. I don't know. Obviously, I didn't see Sophie. I didn't see Tessany. I didn't see Chris or Darkwolf, or Jay. But yeah.
They had the bathroom pass. It's fine.
Jay was probably still on med scan. I left Jay on med scan.
I tried to do a yippee and ended up offending
I'm
Clutch Chat.
I'm in upper engine right now, so.
Oh.
What was your pathing, Tessany?
Cafeteria to admin, and then I left.
Darkwolf, where are you?
I'm currently electrical right now.
So
I'm not hard accusing, just like not even like semi-turgid, not flaccid, semi-turgid accused.
Wow.
Yo, what the hell?
Just from the last round.
Wow. Vocabulary.
Semi-turgid. I'm not voting it.
Semi-turgid.
It's not a flaccid sauce.
I voted it. I think it's actually correct.
I haven't
No,
heard
it's
the word
not flaccid.
turgid
It's
used.
turgid.
Oh,
Gonna be the
my
name of my
bad.
next garage band, by the way, Semi-Turgid.
Wow.
Like detergent, but not. Oh no. It's okay. I went to Cluck and said it was your fault. Nuh-uh. It's okay. Tell Cluckers to. Why did chicken cross the road, chat? Because. Yeah, I'll leave. Don't worry. I'm gonna make like a tree and bush. 1, 2, 3. Come on, we can do this. How did I fail at Simon Says? My brain's deteriorating. Let me finish, please!
Tessany, what do you got to say for yourself?
I walked past someone.
Double F, triple
Antonino.
F. I failed.
Oh, it was very shocked. I
died,
walked past
and
the
then it
dance
got reported.
reactor. I just stared at the body.
I mean,
Could have reported it, but I just stared at the body and was just trying to remember who walked past me.
Remember the silence chat for those who are lost in battle.
are you saying this body just how long is it? How old is it?
6.
Because I thought you kind of snapped on. Well, no, the body was already there, so you wouldn't have snapped.
Yeah.
But I guess it was just odd pathing or movement or whatever. I know Apple couldn't have killed Ozza. She was an admin with me. Jay left electrical, went to storage. I mean,
Fatality.
Quack, quack.
Boot Slayer.
Simon Says for a while.
Yeah, there were 3 of us there. I don't remember who the third person was.
But when lights went off, who were in there? Who was in there when the lights went off?
Hey.
For no reason whatsoever, I'd like to vote out Brazine and Darkwolf. Definitely not to do with the last game with Clux, who's already dead. Brazine and Darkwolf, they'd be great votes.
So why? So if you hadn't said that whole thing about like, definitely not for that reason, I
Dan,
almost
where are you?
believed you. Where am I? Oh God, where am I?
Where are you?
Right of lower engine is what I can see.
Yeah, that's where I just passed dance.
I just saw you right now, Tessany. Brazine's probably evil, though. By the way, like I think she's got to go. I voted her around 1. And round 2.
I think Ricky's my executioner.
No.
I'm so mad. I misfired onto your back instead of hitting Briz.
Oh my
Oh
god.
my gosh.
I was chasing Brizzy, spamming kill. She crosses over like onto Simon Says, and so I hit the person on Simon Says instead of Brizzy.
Oh wait, was that me?
Yeah.
Oh, and then I died
So
immediately.
I misfired into her, and then she killed.
Oh, fair play. Brizz's head's gonna be cabbaged later. That woman said imposter more times than I have since.
Yeah, I'd have
playing Among
left
Us
and
again.
rejoined the lobby because I'd been convinced that it was like one of those like weird curses.
Oh, it's a good day. It's a good day. Okay, it's a good day. It's a good day. Hear me out. Did you wake up with a coffee in your hand? Did you wake up with the beach in the sand? Did you grab yourself a little mojito when you're walking down the trap and you killed a mosquito because he got your blood and he took it real smooth because you're walking, you're cooling, and you're the best dude in the club with your hands in the air, waving them like you just don't care. Oh, did you know it's a brand new morning? Yeah, it's a good day. It's a good day. Did you hear me, chat? I said it's a good day. It's a brand new morning. Oh, it's a Monday. Still a good day. Did you hear what I just had to say? Did I tell that Ari in the chat? I hope that you know where the fun vibes are at. It's at SYNTROA. CITYHD. That's me. It's a good day. Chilling all day. Cause you wanna feel in a good way. Cause you throw your hands in the air like you just don't care. You're feeling good. Oh, cause I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good. Did you know that? Did you know that? It's a good day. Oh. It's a good day. It's a brand new morning. It's a good day. Hella, it's a good day. Did you hear me when I said it's just a good day? Yeah. Oh, nothing wrong with it. Hey, if it's just a bad day, don't give a shit. I'm sorry. It's one of my favorite vibe songs. Da, 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 da. It's weird as well. Chat, if you watch back my VODs now, there's no music in the back of the VOD. It's now just, so you'll just hear me just, it'll just sound like an ad-lib. It won't sound like that there's music behind it. Which kind of, it kind of does and doesn't keep, it's good and annoying, because I wish the music was behind it, but I also hate DMCA. So we're kind of stuck at a catch-22 on it. Na 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 na. He said. Oh, there's so much trash there. Whoa! Okay, Chris. A faux chisel. And she said, "Don't you see?" Ty, thank you for the hydra. I'll get onto that in a second, buddy. Where have I got to go to? Here. That world. Oh, the dreaded. Can we do it 4th time? I hate life. Da 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 da. Thank you.
This is in cafeteria at the entrance of admin and CAF.
What did I miss in the code?
I don't know who could have got that, but I am starting to think the very first round I did just catch. Oh, still alive.
Well, Briz, where are you now?
I just was walking into storage from communications. I did my upload in communications and was walking to go to admin.
Who voted Tess last round?
I think it was me.
I skipped personally.
I voted Downs.
That's not enough.
I have to.
Somebody's not telling the truth. Well, so
I have to do a I have to, like, you'll notice, chat. If I was to go into the microphone while I'm dead or something, or if I'm just in a lobby in general, you'll hear I'll go because I can't see whether I'm muted or not. There's no like physical indicator to whether I'm muted on Discord or not. So I have to just kind of like eyeball it and just go, and just hope it works. Oh no, I don't remember the lyrics. Oh no. Let's see if I can remember it. I can't do it. I can do the first verse. Hey, did you hear the news and trust the DHD? It's funny throwing those screws with the information you need it, so take it or leave it so you may be seated. Okay, first of all, I'm the king of this scene, popping off, killing beans, acting like it weren't me. Did you see me vent? No. You trying to accuse me? You voting out a crew. You don't see it, oh I see. I don't know the rest of it, and I wish I did, because we wrote that. It was a freestyle, and I remember that we wrote it. It's impossible to see it. When the rooms were recurs, then you can. I can't remember it. Oh, I can't remember it, and I wish we did. Oh, let's go finish doing Simon Says. It was such a good freestyle. Like, it was probably my favorite freestyle I've ever done. Right, we need to focus on this. 1, 2. I've never been bad at Simon Says. My short-term memory seems to be frazzle-dazzled. It's da-da-da-da. Thank God. Let's see if we can do it here. Ready? Oh, yeah. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yeah. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. See? Oh, yeah. Oh. And 3, 2, 1, go. See? Oh, I can't remember. It's so sad. Huh?
Good job, Chris.
Damn, son. Where'd you find
Well
that?
done, Briz.
So as a sheriff, I walked up to 2 imposters and 1 crewmate. I managed to hit the 1 crewmate in the middle of the 2 imposters.
Was that your target?
It was a sheriff shot. Okay.
Yeah. I saw it happen. I saw him explode, and I said, "Shit, he just sheriffed someone wrong."
I'll be honest, Briz, I thought you had killed him, and that's why I just killed Sin there. It was like, all right, we're gonna play this.
Do you want to see the imposter count? Wait, which imposter count? For which specifically? As in, how many times has it been Briz? Because that is something I would like to see. Imposter count round 10. 5. Oh, wait. Okay, of this. God, you really are a stat tracker, aren't you? Oh, that's nuts. Yes, I do like to see that. Imposter count. Round. Let me see. Chris had 5. Briz has 5. Dark. I think I've had it once, right? Oh, I've had it twice. Oh, yeah, I fumbled the bag in the first one, didn't I? Yeah. That is nuts. I hope all the Vadas, Lurkers, mods, and chat are all interesting. I hope they are too. I appreciate it. Lucky, you're really cool. Lucky, you're going to have to remind me from one thing, though, because I know for a fact that, like, I've been gone for a long time. However, the question that I'm arising to is, have we met before, or am I just being a very bad friend in general? Or did we meet now is the thing? Because I will feel really bad, but also understandable in my own brain because I've been gone for like a year and a half. All the way to the top. Oh, morning. I have a build for Blade and Dr. Ratio ready. Huh? What? Oh, I love this song. Right, that was somebody with a little ferret on the floor. I noticed Wolfie. I think that was Briz. Who are you? Who are you? Never mind. I'm going to open that door so that they can't. Starting up the dance tonight. Why am I so bad at this? I used to be really good at this. One more. I have both. Oh! Oh no! Not on my watch. This is very recent. It is also in the bottom of decontamination. Inside the decontamination. And it is Briz, if you did not notice.
Well, Briz can't be a killer again.
Who knows? We don't know.
Actually, Briz looked like it did a legit medbay scan. I'll say that.
Likely story.
I want to thank the imposters for taking so long to kill. I was able to do almost all of my tasks. I say almost all.
I have a
Almost all.
confession. I did fail about twice at Simon Says in 2024.
Like that.
Yeah. My short term
It
just.
happens. Though. Don't sweat it. Don't beat yourself up.
Thanks, bro. I
No, beat
appreciate
yourself
that.
up. Do it.
Say
Now.
less.
Punch yourself in the face.
What? My
Oh,
intrusive
Briz.
thoughts are listening too loud and my voice is saying, what?
Guys, all right, we need to figure this out. Ricky called us out for not voting people, so we need to vote someone here, okay?
Ricky, got it.
No, we
Okay.
need to vote when
gonna
we have
vote,
information that dictates
Ricky,
when we
right?
should vote.
I'm
Are we
on weapons. I came down from admin. That's my information.
I did see Ozzy there with somebody else.
Ozzo's
on
on
the
the vent and
balcony.
on balcony.
Oh
That's
no, I
awesome.
did the
That's
vent
hot.
task. But
Yeah, that's
I'm
why-
I'm on weapons now.
Sophie's on a balcony unless she's in the vent, but
Briz did go
I'm
to
on balcony.
reactor.
What do you mean?
I
Okay, so it's
mean,
Sophie and Ricky got it.
I will say that Briz was inside of reactor with I, and then Briz done some tasks, hopefully, and then went down into decom and died, but I had a lot of tasks in decom, and I finished Simon Says, so I'm kind of happy, because last game, it was so upset, and I failed 3 times. So on that, Sharks, I'm asking for £20,000 for 15%.
Denied. That's a bad deal. And you know why it's a bad deal? You're not ambitious enough. Get out.
Get out of here.
What Twitch streamers, bro?
Have some
What's more
confidence in
ambitious?
your services.
Exactly, Clux.
Like 99.9% of it doesn't work. I'm gonna cry. Who voted me?
It was me.
It was the Sharks, wasn't it?
It was
You
a
could've
shot.
just said no. I love Japanese music, chat. I like mumble. As in the form of like freestyle flow. What is with that many tasks?
Drink water.
Become moist. Yeah, toxic. Let's go. I will hydrate for you. How you doing today, bro? Welcome, Sin. Let me get a task done very quick. You ready? For you, I'm gonna grow my plants and think of you. I'm thinking of you. Leaf, 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 leaf. Cancelled. If only it was tomorrow. You could join for Among Us. We're probably going to be doing a regular thing, I think, now, if we can. Leaf.
Top of Deacon Tam.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Leaf.
I don't think it's Apple or Ricky because we're like admin. Like we're looking in what's it called? The tree room because there's a blip in there. Someone hiding.
Oh, sorry. I'm doing
Clux, where are
leaf.
you?
Noted.
Good talk.
Yeah,
Testing,
yeah,
where are
yeah,
you?
yeah.
Interesting point.
Balcony.
Jay and I are currently in Launchpad right now. We were dancing and kissing in there. It was
That's
great.
a lie.
Oh.
Oh, that's romantic.
Yeah,
No,
yeah,
that's
they
a
weren't
lie.
kissing.
That's a
Wow.
lie. Jay, where are you?
In the vent and launchpad to kiss and dance.
Yeah, that's a lie.
Oh, no, I believe that. Jay, you filming it?
Unless
please?
they just vented over there. Ozzy, where are you?
I just walked into the locker room. I think I'm waiting for Deacon Tam. I've got the wires next to it as well.
That's a lie. Sorry, I was just
No,
waiting
that's
for it.
actually correct.
Oh, shit.
So confrontational.
I get okay, guys.
Clux, where are
When,
you?
when Ricky
assertive.
said we needed to be voting people out, he was serious.
Um,
This is getting
Just about to enter the locker room after I did my wires at the top of the like lower left Y.
I'll locker your wires.
Hey yo.
Where were you before that? Were you?
I did my watering task in greenhouse. And I ran all the way down.
I'm in greenhouse. Thanks for asking.
I know
So,
where you are.
hang on, Ozzy. Okay, seriously, Ozzy.
Jay and Dan
Me-
are probably
What's
in
happening?
reactor.
We are. We're in reactor. Me and Dance.
Yes,
If
okay.
Ozzy,
I just
you're
heard
the
there were
bottom of
bodies in
Deacon
there, so I'm
Tam.
scared.
Yeah.
Have you seen? I think I was the last to come up. That's the thing.
What if it
You're the
is
bottom of
Ricky
Deacon Tam.
Chance?
Have you seen anybody
But
else
I'm
go
in
up?
locker room. I haven't, but I've only just got there.
I think it's
I
Clux.
have.
Okay.
It's Clux or Ozzy.
It's
It's
not
either-
me.
I
Not
don't
me.
Because there was someone in Launchpad and no one's playing B over there, and that.
I'm
I
going
like the
to just
crooks.
say it is.
Well, I mean,
Oh,
to be fair,
okay.
those
Two
Jay
dead.
and I
I
did
voted
claim to be over there.
Clux.
There's two
Yeah, but I
dead
know
in
that
most
you're
tasks.
online, and I know
Yeah.
exactly where you guys are because I'm the
I think the two
spy.
imposters skipped, and I voted Clux.
I
voted
think
Clux.
it's just the crew win. if we don't get a task win on this, I'm going to be very upset because we've got a lot of tasks done so far. We've only got a couple more to. Huzzah. Look at this. Shield is done. Walking through. Look at my buns. What? 1 leaf. Leaf. Chat, can I get a leaf in the chat, please? Apple's on the other side of that wall, I believe. I know who it is.
What the hell?
Yeah, that was crazy.
Wait, where's this, Ricky?
Sorry, I believe that sheriff just shot Clux unless he missed and hit me, but Clux did not lunge, and yeah.
Clear goodbye.
Who sheriffed?
I'm pretty sure Dark Wolf just sheriffed Clux. There's a chance where he missed and hit me, but I think it is more.
Oh, he
likely
could have hit me as well. I'm still on top of Clux right now.
Oh, I didn't see you there.
I'm just saying because I tried to sheriff shoot onto Simon Says with 2 imposters and 1 crewmate, and it went through the imposters and hit the crewmate last round.
I think we need to get one of those 3 out, probably Clux.
If okay, possibly valid information here is if I see somebody's name through a wall and it jumps up and down and then there's a flap of a vent.
That's pretty sus, but they could be a jester, but it's good info.
They could be. What also if the light goes off as they jump in the light vent?
That's just weird timing.
It could be weird timing. I'm gonna hold.
Did you see?
I'm gonna hold on to the blue. I feel like I saw it. Okay.
Apple was good last round for the kill. There is not a kill that really matters.
No. It's yeah, but we can't exclude they didn't do a kill last round. Fam, it's been like 10 minutes and there's been 3 dead.
I understand. I'm just saying.
I think we've got pacifistic killers.
We have, but we should focus on the information we have. I think Clux is fine.
I think the sheriff missed. I'm one about Clux.
Think Tessini's fine.
But how do we know if the sheriff missed?
I think we could just get a task win at this rate.
The fact that Rick,
okay, but just because you missed doesn't mean everybody's gonna miss, Oz.
I think they missed.
I
don't think anyone can do anything better than I can.
Literally,
no. To be fair, I'm with Arthur on this one.
Hello.
I'm skipping because I don't know who was shooting, but.
Okay, noted. Fully noted.
Just when it noted that last round the imposters skipped and this round the imposters both.
No. I skipped last round as well, by the way.
I voted Oz this time.
Task win. Easy. It's a task win. Look at me. I've got one more task to do to prove to the game that I am crew. It's in Launchpad. Hiccup. Wait, Sin. One more task. Yippee! Oh wait, that's a wall. That's Tessin. What's Tessin gonna... Is Tessin gonna kill me? Tessin's chased me down. I think... I guarantee you, I know it's Tessin, but I can never vote Tessin for one reason. Wall. Leaf. Wall. Oh, there's dance. Is there a dead body over here, though? I feel like it's Apple and Tessin. I think I'm gonna go on a logic saying it's Tessin, because Tessin doesn't kill. Apple's dead. I reckon it's Tessin. Tessin is very bad at killing.
Bro, ain't no way.
Breathe, John. Breathe. Tell me what you saw.
Ain't no way I just caught the 2 killers.
Is Clux and Crazy Chris.
It's Jay and Tessin.
Because they just both passed me.
Huh?
Dude, I see a bunch of like people inside of the top left of reactor lab area, and I'm like, oh, I better just, and then the number goes away, like, oh, I better go check on that real quick. And I walk out, I walk up there, Clux, Crazy Chris, walk down from Decontam. I walk straight up there, report button, 2 steps. So,
So what you're saying is it's Tessin and Jay.
And Clux also like mad giggle as I started.
Yeah, you're a giggling person. It makes me giggle. No. Don't blame my laughter on that. Hold on.
Are you judging Clux's laugh? That's low key kind of insult.
Shade.
Bro, I told you the sheriff missed. I told you no one's better.
Dude, he's giggle shaming me. I don't like that.
It was a cluckle chuckle, my guy. Can't believe he's
I'm gonna have to
discrimination.
I'll have to vote Jay here then.
Huh?
Who are we voting? Are we voting Clux?
Cluckle Chuckle himself from the Chuckle Brothers.
The imposters are found out. I'm voting Jay. I like voting other people when the imposters are voted.
Why
out
did
for a
chicken cross
friend.
the road? Because
You'll never know. You'll never know.
Why
It's a
did-
trade
why did the
secret. We
chicken
can't
fall
tell
out
you.
of-
Oh,
out of-
you're right.
Is this like an airship or what is this place?
Yeah, I was trying to.
Oh, I had to deafen quickly. I nearly got told everything. I think my jokes are amazing. Because we can do this. We can do this. We can do this. 2, 8, 6, 7, 4. Nice. Something implies the way. We're just. If we get a crew in, please. I reckon we're just gonna get Dance. Oh wait, were we gonna? Wait, we're gonna report them. Wait. Dance had a confirmed killer of 2 people. Is he gonna do it? No. Okay. What if Dance is the killer? What if? Marvel's what if Dance is the killer? What? That was very fast. That's crazy, Chris.
All right, guys. It's what is it? So this body is currently inside of
Another person.
where is this?
Whoa.
The hallway between Launchpad and Medbay. I would like to give our resident jester Tessany the win here rather than vote out Chris, who's the obvious imposter.
Do you know something I don't know about how to play this game?
Well, as another jester, I really just don't want to give the crew the win.
It's gonna be a task win, right? Either way.
So we
That's
could
kind of
literally just this entire game's
Like, here's
just
the
been a
thing,
task win.
in all honesty, the imposters lose. I just want to give the jesters the win instead of the crew.
Tess,
That's
is that why
so
you
rude,
chased
man.
me into the corner of launch?
No, I was trying to. Well, I wanted Ricky dead, but then Ricky had to die, so I have to. I want to die now instead. Where I am.
Dance, can you think through that sentence for a second for me, please?
No,
Yeah.
I've already forgotten what I said, so someone's gonna have to remind me. I'm gonna be honest.
I wanted Ricky dead, but then he died.
I
Yeah,
voted
but no, okay.
myself for what it's worth.
Chris, you can even
Then,
vote him.
Sen, have you done your task?
I've done all my time. I'm gonna
Listen,
say just skip and
I
task
just don't
it.
want you to get what you want.
No.
I
Okay.
just don't want you to get
We're
what you
just gonna
want, Dan.
imposter win it. We're just gonna imposter win.
Yeah.
Imposter.
We could have task one. I wanted
No,
to
I
task
have to-
one.
second
The
half.
task win it.
Dude, it was so hard to find people
Yeah,
alone.
honestly, you got in the way there.
I was struggling with
You got
that.
in the way.
I have to get going.
I got in the way. I was
Bye,
stationary.
Sophie.
On 11.
Sophie, I'll miss
Bye,
you.
Sophie.
Love you, Soph.
Bye,
Love you,
Sophie.
Sophie. Bye.
You
Sophie,
walked over
please.
to Cluckers too. I'm like, oh.
Now that Sophie's
We got it.
gone.
We got it. I finally unlocked the dragon. Look how fucking cute
Oh,
he is.
nice.
Oh.
Whoa. Ozza.
That's cute.
He's a happy
Guys,
little
why wouldn't you let
boy.
the jesters get the win there? That was like really rude.
He's a happy little boy.
Nope,
Look at that guy.
Oh wow. Okay, I'm happy.
Because you asked for it.
Well, it was either that or like.
Chat, what if I was the killer in disguise all along? I wouldn't have lived that long. Down, down, and down, it's starting going on down and tomorrow. The fire all up, 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 up. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Wait, Sin, you've ordered pizza on a live stream. Breadsticks? What was I missing? What? Am I gonna be the Jesty? I'm a Jesty, let's go. Why does that music be like that? That's so loud. Let's jump. Done it, my friend.
World.
Hey guys. Okay.
I was like, hey, quicker than hitting the button, Sheriff Misfire, and then I took out Apple. So now we just vote the other imposter, baby. Let's go.
Oh, wait, who's the other imposter?
Hi
I'm voting
everyone.
myself.
I was just gonna say, just vote
I'm
me.
voting
It's fine.
myself. I'm
Vote
voting
Chris.
myself.
Easy game.
All right, I'll vote
I'm
Chris.
voting myself.
Yeah.
Chris is the
voting
other
myself.
imposter. Let's get
Yeah,
a
we
let's
got
get a
it.
crew win.
I'm voting myself.
No, Jester win.
You know, this is the first time I've got Jester since like in 2 years. I was like,
Hey, Sin,
yeah, I'm gonna be
remember
so
last round
happy.
when you were all like, I
How
don't
many
want to
times you played Among Us since then, though? Twice?
Do you remember last round when you were all like, I don't want to
Right,
get
it just
jesters
made
the win?
me
Let's
so
just,
happy when
vote and
Apple
get out of here
used
and go
world as
again?
my second
Yeah,
name.
let's go.
Sin, can you like not hold this up any longer?
Just vote Chris. Just vote Chris so we can know the
Oh wait, yeah, sorry, wait, sorry. I
Also,
thought I
you say your
did.
middle
I
name or
thought I
something.
did.
I can't believe it.
I literally
Ozzy
in the middle of
Fuzzy
finishing
World.
the sentence of saying like, okay, I'm done being a killer. I'm tired of it, and then it comes up, you are the imposter, and I'm like,
Yes. Stop it.
All right, LG. Tess, don't disconnect this time.
actual LG.
As we
Actual
obviously all
LG,
know
let's
that you
go.
chose to disconnect and definitely didn't have any sort
Yeah.
of errors.
I got 49 cosmic cubes for that.
Wow.
Take it.
Let's go.
I'm level
Yo,
60
hold
now,
on.
baby.
Who's not streaming after this and just wants to like Cosmic Cube farm?
What?
Imagine needing cosmic cubes.
Imagine being a ferret. Got him.
Wow, got him, bro.
Nailed it.
I don't think anybody in this lobby knows what that's like, Dance. So,
L plus ratio plus ferret.
Yeah, good point.
L plus ratio plus chicken.
It's fine. The face cam streams sometimes.
Dude, I embody that. I'll live it, man. I don't care.
I am for it. Okay, and now we get to be a crewmate again. I was kind of looking forward to being a Jesty. This is why we need more modded roles. Why are the odds that...
Really?
Really?
So...
We waited for Tess.
Oh my gosh.
Hear me out.
Tessany, don't disconnect this game.
So I think Tess tripped on the node below dropship, heading into refuel.
No, this is still in
This is
dropship.
recent.
Yeah, this is in
Oh, no,
dropship.
yeah. No, this is...
Tess and I.
This
Tess
is...
and I were the last two left on dropship doing the chart course.
It is very fresh. It's outside of
and
storage.
And we were walking down together as the lights were going out, and then I just got this report button.
Oh, I can actually get the clear here.
Dropship.
Yeah, Clucks in lab.
Yeah. Me and Oz are in lab doing the drill
on
test.
I wish I paid attention to who the tiny little blip was
Oh, I can
inside of
actually
storage with
verify
me.
that.
Oh, that'd be
That's
Apple with the
me.
green shield. I just walked in
Ah.
to see if you were still in there.
Yeah, Apple
I
was
left Jay
down
on the node outside of there.
I thought you're so
I can
welcome for that
verify
green shield.
Ozza and Clux. I just don't know if they can verify me back.
I can't verify you back, Dance, but in my heart I will.
Oh,
Damn.
Yeah, no problem, man.
So yeah, there you go. That's all I can say. Test
Brizzy,
is
where are you?
outside of storage.
I am walking down from chart course with people and saw the report button also.
How do you know you
So
were
we're saying
seeing
there's
people?
a 50% chance between Chris and Briz, right? That's what we're saying.
Even
who's the
if
imposter?
Briz
Well-
killed in front of 8 people, I would not vote her here.
I
Yeah.
Not because of
I did
Tess's
not
so
kill
tragic
Tess.
games tonight.
Can I,
I did
can
not
I
kill
present a
Tess.
theory?
No, I
Can
believe you.
present a theory.
Sure.
I don't believe you.
I am kind of thinking that Tess might have sheriff shot me for
I
the
don't think so.
funnies.
No.
She when we came out, she
It's
was
Wild,
Okay.
though.
The fact that you're
Sure,
trying to
that's-
claim that makes me think you're evil.
Okay, that's fine.
That's
I mean,
yeah.
That's
It
a
was
twist.
me. It was a self-report.
I wish we'd had like lucky counting because I don't know who's been bad more. Like
No.
Lucky
I've got
And
lucky.
Briz and Chris
Yeah.
have actually matched.
That's the
Lucky's
video
with me
from
right now
last
counting.
time.
okay,
Lucky, you're popular. Na 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 da da. Look at me, Sintra D. Lollipop, 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 lollipop. Ba-dum, 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 dum. Tell me why. Lollipop, lollipop, lollipop. Look at me, running my Seamus. You're subbing and famous. There's Doc. Don't forget you and your dad that you'll never see again. Taking off.
Jay
Chris.
last 5 seconds. Chris, his body's in canisters. I know Dark Wolf's in the area. I'm in the area. Chris is in the area. Centrosity's in the area.
I'm already. By the time that this has happened to Jay, I am now top right refuel. So this happens. This has to happen like right now.
Okay. It's good
Your top
that
right
he's at top
refuel?
right
Yeah.
refuel.
Yeah. Sorry, drinking too
I
much
don't think that's
coffee.
possible.
I'm
Hey,
sorry, I'm
well,
poking
don't
fun.
know what to say. It's possible.
Okay, yeah, all right, you're right. It is possible with you, Vet.
But then it's still.
Because
Sure.
I saw him alive, and I saw you alive, and then I saw Jay alive, and I go into O2 and I do my slider thing, which takes 2 seconds. I get off, run into canisters, and he's dead. It's like 5 seconds from when I last saw you. I don't think you get
It
over
was
there.
going through upper decontam.
You're right. It's me.
Chris
Okay.
and Dark Wolf though are also in the area, and I'd like to hear Dark Wolf's path.
Yeah. Let's see. I fixed the lights. I did the wires right outside lights because that's where initially was going to go to start the game.
You'd hate
And then I
looking
did
at my
the
VOD.
wires right out the tunnel there, the hallway, whatever it is. As you all three passed me. Then I went to
Ooh, I
the
didn't
two
pass
trees.
you.
Can I be interrogated?
I don't know. I just saw everybody
Will
pass
you
by.
interrogate me, Daddy?
I have what?
I
Huh?
want to be I haven't. No one's asked what I was.
Where are you, Ozzy?
Wait, I have insta kill Spider-Man voice.
I went into laboratory and then I went into specimen.
You're a good boy, Ozzy. Good job.
Do you want me to do the instant kill voice from Spider-Man, the interrogation
There you go.
mode?
Yeah.
I'm going to use my mouse. I'm going to pat you.
Oh my God! Where are you?
That was terrifying, actually.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I won't do that again unless I want to.
That's a good point.
Brizzy, where are you?
I was doing Simon Says, or not Simon Says, Stan, and I saw the upper decontam go out.
See,
So
not
I
for
think
me.
that also definitely went in.
Dan, where are you?
I'm currently over inside of the office to the left of it.
I think this is Sin or Dark Wolf.
I would like to say no.
I was going to say it's between Ricky and Crazy. That's the only two I know in that area.
I want to
Yeah, see,
note
that's
that
the
I
issue,
voted
because I
Sin,
was
so the
in
two imposters didn't
Tree.
vote Sin because I voted Sin.
I voted me
I
as
didn't vote
well.
Sin.
Oh,
What?
Yeah. I don't. Wait. Ricky didn't vote me. It was Ozza and I. No. Yeah, I made it. Hello, Briz. Are you gonna kill me? Please don't kill me. I voted myself because Ricky's timing is very off. I just think he's exy. And he said that he voted me, but he didn't. But I think Ozza did vote me, which is why I'm like, I feel like you're the silliest. Only the bean.
Where is she? Tell me, where did you hide the body?
I like my Spider-Man voice. It's also my my trailer commentator voice. It's also my most of everything voice, to be fair. Let me in. Perfect wires. Oh, celebratory perfect wires. Who's that? Is that Dance? Hello, Dance. Oh, we got perfect white. We got perfect wires again. Oh. Oh. Oh, I'm gonna. It's okay, chat. I don't care if we win or lose it. I don't care. In my eyes, we won. We.
Just wait. What the hell?
I just found the other one. I think if you're not reporting the one in office.
Yeah, there's one in office. I couldn't find out where the body was.
Oh, it's at it's at the entrance. I saw it on cams. I didn't see the kill on cams, but I saw the body on cams.
So I went to go do my drill. I passed Dance coming out of the lab. I go around the corner after doing the drill, and there's a body right there.
Wait, what? Actually, where? What? No. I just went over to electrical. I just went there with, and saw passed by
Back to
Ozza,
back, chat.
and I think I saw Chris who was inside.
That's
of
true.
electrical as well.
Yeah, but but like I said, this is a little bit ago he left us. But the body is just sitting here where he came from.
Where is this? Sorry, exactly.
Lab hallway.
Oh wow.
doing, dude?
Okay.
I am.
This just
okay,
recently
buddy.
died because when I looked at vitals, the only one dead was Ricky.
We're having a good time. We're vibing, dude. We are vibing.
And then I found the report button as I was walking.
Hey, your football MVP.
I
Thanks for the
went
follow, dude.
O2,
Welcome to this internet.
I went up.
How you
and
doing?
fixed the
How's your day
lights,
going?
And then I went back up to after I left back down through O2 and then went back up to electrical from the outside.
Okay, I
because
don't
the
feel that
cams
well,
were
though.
on. I know
Bro,
Ozzy was
why?
on the cams.
Yeah, so I got on cams and like immediately as I got on cams, as I was
Is it bad
scrolling
food or
through, I
something?
saw the body just lying there in office, so it must have died while lights were out. So I went straight down to report it.
I think it's more likely Chris than I.
I know Clux was in specimen. So and they've gone to the office entrance.
Wait, you said, hey, it was in Oz's stream when you interrogated him and scared me to follow?
Where are you? Drop a follow right now. I'm going to kill you if you don't.
Man, may I just say, you're not very good at this, are you?
What? No, I'm a boy.
Oh wait, are you a girl?
I'm a boy. I'm a man. I'm a man. Ah, deactivate instant kill mode.
Yeah, it's my,
What up, baby?
it's one of many voices that I have. Welcome in, MVP. Hope you're having a good day today. And tell Ozra I said...
Mwah.
Or that. Oh my god. Oh
It's a
my
great
god.
video.
You were
You guys
SK
are
mode.
very clean kills round 2.
I was like,
I
how
didn't
do we
goof this.
How do we get
GG's. Thank you,
I was like,
you.
how do we get
Lance came for the body, so I'm just at the.
that was
Thank you very much for the games. Thank you for
Don't play
hosting.
dance.
Later,
Thanks for playing,
kids.
guys.
Have an
Yeah.
amazing
Love everyone.
night.
Love you all.
Dance was the body the whole time.
Each other, so I'll see you guys later.
Later,
Oh, the thing
guys.
is,
Bye.
Good night. Good night.
Oh my god, it's so loud. Alright, let's go to here now, chat. Let's tell you about let's quit off the Among Us. Right, take a look at what I'm doing. Because we're going, because I feel so crewing. Now, I just woke up this morning, had a constant migraine and the throat was killing you. I'm going to say hot lemon. Get yourself a boiling cup of water. Add in like 2 sugars if you're diabetic. Sort of like kind of what I am. I'm going to say very simple solution. Put sweetener in there. Or put caster sugar. Not caster sugar, super sweet. Use sweetener instead. 2 sugars, a decent amount of honey, and a teaspoon of lemon. Sin, is that Among Us over? Yes, the lobby is over, but the stream is not. We have got... let me just change it. You are right. I need to check it onto just chatting very quickly. And then once we get that, boom, boom, boom. We're modern Among Us. We're kind of sussy, though. No, I'd never beaten Pasta. You're shoobity shus. What do you mean? Why is my average bitrate too high? Oh my god, chat. Oh, wow. Okay. My bitrate's way too high. Chat. This is an AI song of SpongeBob, and it's freaking amazing, right? On my mind, Cinderella gone, experiencing the high tide, feel like a... This is Just a Pineapple by Boy What. Right, let me just change the title and stuff, chat, and then we go back into it, okay? Kiss home, just a pineapple. Hey, yo, what's good? Chat, what should we have the title? Chat chooses title, confirmed. Ravioli, ravioli. Spend my days at the jellyfish field. Woo! Spend my nights at the Gulagon. Experiencing the high tide, I feel like a planet that's on the Daybird Guild, and the thoughts so fragile. It's without you, this home is just a pineapple. So much for that, chat chooser. I mean, I went to, and I was like, wait, no, we actually have something that we need to do. Because it was going to be very chill, and we were like, oh yeah, let's just chat for a little bit, chat, because it is now 9 p.m. for me. So it's current stream time for me. Like, we'd just be starting now, but we've been live now for over 3 hours. So I was like, okay, cool. We may as well just carry on vibe. So let me just rotate my chair, and I can, wait, fix my feet, because my feet are all... I've got my feet inside my ears, chat. However, so what I was going to suggest was, there we go. I was going to suggest that we could go and watch the Minecraft movie that we were going to watch on Thursday. Because if you don't know, and MVP, if you're into Minecraft, you might be into this as well. We are going to be launching HeroCraft. We had a lot an understatement. We had a lot of bugs to go through. So Zeen's been working endlessly on that kind of stuff. Oof, there we go, hicked up. You really picked the exact time once when you want to like that happens. Oh no, that's fine. Oh, that is unfortunate. Somebody else can't make the Among Us lobby. It's okay. We might postpone. We might postpone to. We might do it 3 hours later, if not. Don't worry. That is block caps. Lordy, oh lordy. Yeah. So if you didn't know already, we are going to be doing. We're going to be launching a Minecraft server soon. And I'm looking forward to it. We're kind of going to... I need to turn up music. Oh, no, you got hiccups. It's because there's caffeine in it. We just knocked on my door. Nice. So, to answer what I was saying, ADHD, anyone home? Not me. If you're into Minecraft, we are going to be launching, hopefully this week, because we had a lot of bugs to go through, a lot more building to do, the adventure... Never mind, I'm not going to say that. We had a lot of bugs to fix, and the bugs are pretty much going to be fixed. So we're looking forward to it. We're hopefully going to be launching the private beta this week, which means you guys get to join in and do private beta for HeroCraft. which is really cool. And with that also, let me get open a song very quickly, chat, and we can go down to my...
Yo ho, all hands, hoist the bellows high.
Not that. It is... Where's the adventure music? Yes, I can talk. I can do it while we talk about... my hair's in my face. It's just... I've got, like, loose hairs. Hold on. Wait, you know what? This is arguably worse. Ouch. How's that? Is that okay? I love my hair with glasses on. Let me just monitor the sound. Sounds okay. How's that, chat? Is that okay? I love how my hair looks with I love how my hair looks with glasses on. I'm such a big fan of my own hair. I like where it's going. It's also forehead be massive days now. Damn. That works. Yeah, that works. So, adventure mode time, right, chat? Adventure time. Adventure time. Come on, grab your friends. Think adventure.
Think Minecraft. Adventure within. Think a time where peace and tranquility stretched for as long as the islands can see. Now imagine a city, a town, a kingdom, if you will. Think careers and friends, even maybe some foes. All of this we will be delving into in HeroCraft, the server, the world, of which you, the player, the person, will delve into adventure and a lifetime of adventure, memories galore, and battles for friends and for foes, for kindness and good, for fair and greed. All I'm going to say is, the day that we launch and the day that we have our fun, it's the beginning of a lifetime. In fact, it's the beginning of a lot more than that. So I think all I have to say, are you ready to take the leap? Are you ready to begin your adventure in HeroCraft?
So, I'm looking forward to the launch. I think we're going to be able to get the launch this week. 0.5 this is. Yes, I am. I'm looking forward to it. Give me the IP. Right now, boom. There you go. It's not there yet. It will be this week. This week. I am confident in it. We had a lot of bugs to go through and a lot of bugs to sift through. In fact, Zine's just been 24/7 ripping out the grey hairs and forming new ones. Nuances after nuances. He's just been sitting there and grinding out HeroCraft stuff, making it as good as possible. And that is why we love Zine. So, why is this song such a vibe? God, chat, you ever just sit there and vibe to the Fellowship of the Ring? Okay, let's go back to the end of a journey. I couldn't keep that song on because it would be very much battle, you know? This is... Imagine this, chat. You ready? Imagine Season 1 of HeroCraft ends.
And so, this ends the first chapter of HeroCraft. For all who adventured, for all who committed crime, for all who kept the land to have a good time. This has been HeroCraft, the adventure of where you are always the main character of your own story. You are the hero to your own tale. And thus comes to the end of our first adventure of many more. The only question is, are you ready for the next chapter?
Followed by... I have started planning the writing stage again. Because if you guys remember the Tale of Terralithia, which was the very, very beginning Tale of Terralithia. If I search this, it'll probably come up. Sounds like I'm playing Skylanders. I never played Skylanders. Well, okay, well, let me load it there. Where are you? Where are you? It is really cool, though. Let's go to this PC. This one. This one. It's not in it. What? I played Skylanders when I was younger. Skylanders 1 and 2 was goated. Never played it, though. That's the thing. I don't think I could have got into it. I think it was like at the peak of like I was just about too old for it. Let's go and get is it in my Minecraft stuff? Oh, I've got streamer mode enabled and I have it set up a weird way. That's stupid. Is it on my desktop still? Minecraft stuff. Mother of all files. Minecraft stuff? Oh my god. This is gonna be weird looking at this. You guys want to see? We had so many of the little thingies. You guys ready? Oh wait, of the little Skylander things. I never had them. Let's go back and let's go. Watch. You ready? Now, I made this and was gonna make it into like a digital book. The Tales of Henrik Lefroy. And I designed the page. I painted the page. It was really cool. Can I full screen this, please? There we go. So I wrote this a long time ago now. That's neat. This is going to be... So to me, this is the Tale of Terralithia to me. This is...
the story of Henrik Lefroy.
Chat, do you guys want to hear the first page? Do you want me to read it? Because this, I want to do this with Henrik in general. So, if you guys would allow me to.
A long time ago, in the realms of HeroCraft, lived a man named Henrik Lefroy. A man with all the care for the world, and an eye to see good in all creatures. I love this. Now Henrik lived in a valley of the tree, home to all who seeked peace and prosperity. The reason for this was the One Tree. The One Tree was an ancient root, living off of a mysterious, magical force, and protecting the lands from all evils. Now those who lived in the valley have lived nothing but happy lives, and for a long, long time, no evil had set foot on the land. That was until the Ferocious Day. It was told that on this day, the Ferocious Day, the tree would start to wilt, the leaves would start to fall, and with that, its magic would die. However, there was no signs of evil ever existing. In fact, no evil was to ever exist. Now, you're all probably wondering how this ties in with Henrik. So let me tell you about a man. A man who, like you and I, fell in love with a maiden of pure heart and a soul who nobody would ruin. It was a magical, sun-filled morn, watching those two meet. Henrik was going about his day, as a baker does, tending to his crop and preparing his store for the day. The harvest was high and the bread was divine. He was all but done until Lady Isabel walked past. I love this bit. Lady Isabel was to walk past his eyes, and just in her sight, he'd caught. It was love at first sight. I knew from that day on that those two would live on together for the rest of their lives.
Now that is the first page of the Tales of Terralithia. And I love it. I love the story. I love what I was writing. I feel like I would like to, and I don't know if people would be into it as much as I am. I think I might just be fantasizing about it in my own head. But I would love to do like storytelling streams.
Especially with this voice.
I'd love to write the story of Henrik Lefroy Moore and then read it on stream for like storytelling streams. It could be cool. I'm so peed. Why Scott? What's wrong? I'd listen. I know. I'd love to do it. I really would. I think it, but it'd have to be like lore update streams, you know? Like, I don't mind writing it. Oh wait, did I miss a message that you put, by the way? Oh wait, oh yeah, no, you said about your little brother with the little fingers. Literally missed all because Scott, you missed the reading because of an. Oh, bro, I'm sorry. Listen, you can't even go. Oh my god, you can't even go back to the VOD to watch it because music's no longer included in the VODs. Look, okay, look. I've added a marker. I can go back to the stream. I'll be able to get it. Okay. However, so at least if you caught a glimpse of it, Scott, it gives you a little. It gives you a little bit of a. It gives you a little nod onto what's to come, because I do want to do that kind of stuff. I would love to be able to do. Let me turn my fan towards me. I would love to be able to do story reading. I like the voice.
I think that this voice, as well as many, so sad, so refined. I think that this voice, the Henrik voice, should be the one that reads the stories.
Now, I'm not gonna lie, chat. If you listen to that voice without the filter, it breaks everything, because I have to speak American with a raspy tone. Do you want to hear what it sounds like without the filter on? Like, in fact, I'll read one line, right? And I'll turn it on and off so that you can hear. It's all about like how I change my voice. So watch. I'll set this music back a tiny bit. Here we go. Right, watch this.
Right. He was all but done until Lady Isabel was to walk on past his eyes, and just in her sight caught a glimpse of the smile that Henrik released. It was love at first sight, and I knew that
day for myself, that those two would live on together for the rest
of their lives.
I have to talk like this and force my throat down.
Because when you talk like this, you just attract the millions. You can
be whoever you want to
be. And for that, do what you want to do. Be who you want to be in HeroCraft.
Yeah, it's an it's a insane change of voice. And I'm fully aware. I had to practice. I practiced that so much to get that right. Oh, did I just accidentally close my stream? Did not mean to do that. As in, not from you, not here. I mean, on my browser. Yeah, it's
When you talk like this, and then you
turn off what you need to do. It's to be fair, it's the reason why I can shift my voice down to this in general, right? So I can now do that. Yo, sorry to ask you on a stream, but can you check the ping in Sid? Checking the ping. Yeah, I saw that. Level design. Is the column/rows for these final? As far as I'm aware, Zine, yes. Double check with Drew. He's the last person that updated it. But as far as I'm aware, yes. And then we also had Little Miss Artemis Frost. Hello, Artie. Hello, Artie. How are you doing? 1 second, chat. Haircut. There we go. Right, we're good. We're good. Yeah, that's fine. Thank you. I'm pulling the data directly. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Zine, are we gonna have it so that we can transpose data live from a spreadsheet into the game? Is that how we're gonna do that? Also, Zine, I have told everybody that the exact. Okay, cool. That's how I want it. I want it so that whenever we change data on a spreadsheet, it'll immediately live update onto it. Is that how we're doing it? Or is it like you're just going to copy paste the data directly? Because I'd like it if we could update live depending on what the spreadsheet says. Change it on the spreadsheet, boom, it's already in game. Or is that something that's just beyond what we can do right now? You need to run a command to pull it, but I'll do it all. But it'll all do itself. Okay, that's fine. But Zine, we were just talking on chat. Chat and I, hello chat, you're involved in this conversation. I was just mentioning to chat that we are probably going to be doing beta this week. Am I right by that? Hi, Ari. We were also just talking about, I was reading the Tales of Terralithia. You missed it. Friday 100%. 100%. What do you want to do Friday, Saturday, Sunday? I can confirm it right here, right now. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, if you say yes. Holy, that's nice. Wait, what was nice? Yep. Okay, chat, listen. Private beta for HeroCraft. Friday, Saturday, Sunday. This Friday, Saturday, Sunday. What day is that we're going to ask? Friday the 26th, Saturday 27th, and Sunday the 28th. A 3-day period. That's what it is. That is when we're going to be doing the private beta for Among Us, for HeroCraft. Okay? So be there, be square, do all of that jazz. Also, Scott, you said that you feel like, I mean, that the... Holy, that's nice that the beta is so close. Oh, yeah, the beta's this week. Yeah. Friday and Saturday afternoon, I'll be available if you need me. 100%. I'm probably going to talk with Jay or someone and try to get it put in the... and try to get people to privately sign up for private beta. See if we can get... I want to try to get at least 10 people onto private. I'll post all the links and stuff to get the mod pack set up in the Discord on Thursday so you can help everyone sort out some issues. That's fine. I'm going to try get it into one of the collab stations. I want to try get 10 people on the server. And I know we can probably get Sid, we can probably get a Drifter staff and or community. And then we can get my community will also jump in. So it'd be cool. We should easily have 10 people on there. We shall be available for Sunday, but my BF and I are visiting his brother to help set up their pool for the summer. That is fine. That is a justifiable reason to not be there, Ari. And that is completely fine by me. Don't you worry. Your sweet little eyes. Also, Zine, you did miss... You missed the story read of Tales of Terralithia. Whoa. Ibra, hold on, let me just tell Ibra to shave his get a shave. I needed to go in there. I'll watch the VOD anyway. That's fine. I have to go tell Shadows to get a shave. My guy needs a shave, please. Click. Okay, cool. We're here. Hi, chat. I'll be open on all of those days. Oh. I tried to get into the betas. I'm not on work Friday, Saturday, but I'm on work on 5 on Sunday. That's fine as long as we can get people on for the majority of the 2 of the 3 days. Then we're fine with it. I'm okay with it. If you can do Friday, Saturday, that's good. If you can do Friday, Saturday, Sunday, that's good. If you can do Saturday, Friday and Sunday, that's good. If you can do Saturday, Sunday, that's good. If you can do Sunday, Monday, that's bad. But if you can do all 3, then I'll love you even more. Thank you. So, what on God's heavens green earth is this? This is what kind of... Is this Harry Potter? It's bad. I recognize that immediately. Skip. We can't have Harry Potter. It's the one that I can't have on the stream. Yes. Are we allowed to stream? Zine. Question, actually. Because I feel like if we were to open it up to streamers and content creators to play on it, DMC incoming, my audio's not recorded anyway, so it's fine. It's just I promise you I will get too distracted listening to Harry Potter music. Right, Zine, here's the one for you. This one's a big one. So, obviously, if I'm going to try get content creators to come on board, then we are going to need to allow them to stream the server. If we're gonna open it up to streamers to playtest, there's no way a streamer's gonna go, yes, but I can't stream it. It'd be like they just won't do it. Unless I just go, this is beta access, we'll give you cosmetics when we go live. It's the only way they'll do it. Incentive as opposed to restriction. So, thoughts, feelings? Because as well, if I'm doing beta tests over Friday, Saturday, Sunday, oh, I don't stream on a weekend, that's going to be so poo. I had 3 days worth of content there. I think there's any reason they can't stream. Oh, I don't think there's any reason? Yeah. I'd do it without streaming because I've been way too excited for this. See, I know, and I know that the people who are excited about it, Ari, I know that the people who are massively hyped about it are going to unleash all of that, and I love that. I just can't wait for the server to be live and up and running. I just wish that everybody else had. Also, Zine, I agree. Cool. I just wish that everyone else was excited for this as we are. I can go either way. Stream it if you want, but not okay. Yeah, exactly. Oh, yeah, I'm not gonna say it's mandated to do it. Do what you gotta do. Let me rotate this a little bit. There you go. Yeah, no, I'm easy. You can stream it if you want to. Okay, Scott, if that answers your question, do what you want to do. Lovro, how you doing, bro? Welcome, Sin. How's your day going? How's life been? How are you, dude? It's nice seeing you. It's been a while. It has been a while. Well, I stopped streaming for 1.5 years while I was getting my life together because I moved city. So I was getting all my life together and stuff. Moved into a new apartment and stuff. And now I'm back. Now I'm in a position where I feel like I can go live again. So we're back. And luckily enough, not everybody forgot who we were. Well, how have you been, bro? It's been a day, bro. I'm happy to see you. It's better stream a window or desktop. Is it better to stream a window or desktop? Neither. Game capture. Listen, if you are a content creator and you stream using display capture, no. I say this. I say that there's a difference between 2 categories of content creator when it comes down to streaming. Somebody that streams and somebody that's a streamer. There's a difference. This depends on your setup, really. It doesn't. It really doesn't. I have this mentality in my head. There's 2 ways, right? There's 2 categories of streamer. And I know this brings conflict of people's opinion. Hot take, I guess. My take on it is you are either a Twitch streamer or somebody that streams on Twitch, right? All you need to do, if you're a streamer on Twitch, it's your full-time passion, it's your job, it's your hobby, you want to turn it into a career. Or somebody that streams on Twitch. You do it because you're bored, you do it because, you know, you just want something to do, and you think, you know what, I may as well stream. So that's the difference. It's either a streamer on Twitch or a Twitch streamer. What is it? If you are somebody that streams on Twitch kind of guy, and you're doing it just for, you know, art, shits and gigs, if that's what you are, then stream desktop all you want. But I'm telling you, it will damage your stream. It will damage everything. You are likely to leak stuff. It's a stupid decision to do if you stream via desktop. If you don't want information leaked, do what the Twitch streamer does and game capture, or window capture if you're doing like, so I have a display capture one right here. So if I shift to this screen, boom. See, now no matter what I do, you can see everything that I'm doing, including DMs, Discord, everything. No, not on my watch. See, so that's what you do. So I have this one. This one here is a cam cap. It's just an intermission screen. Then if I want to do a game, I have a scene set up down here. Boom. One of many. It'll capture any game that is full screen mode, not windowed. Different ones. Dummy, Chief of Ball. Balls. I mean, with a 2 PC setup, I never have any insensitive on my PC. That's fair. But also, it's such a... I mean this very politely. It's such an unprofessional thing. And I mean this strictly if you're trying to become a full-time content creator or if you want to up your game on streaming. Don't do desktop capture. There's no point. Streaming has become so accessible to everybody in fact, you know what, chat? Just look at my... let's just look at my freaking OBS. You ready? You're going to have a ball, right? Let me turn off the preview. And then let me move this over to here so I can actually see what's going on. Right, this might be better for me to show without the preview. So it won't... Yes, okay. So this won't give you guys a panic attack, right? So you guys can't see everything that's going on. You can see the back end. As you will see, I'm going to change the title, though, while we're live. You guys get to see a lot of stuff right now. You get to see how I do this. Growing on Twitch Masterclass. I don't know. The do's and the don'ts. Hey Akosha, how you doing? Right. So now we're here. How do you get the Twitch chat there? You drag and drop it. You're home finally? So it depends what you're asking. So Scott, if you're asking how do I get I can show you later. Yeah, it's so what I will say, and I do want to do this, and I've said this before, I will say it again, I will say it 1,000 times. If you guys want me to do a... Lucky, wait, I do want to read this. So, chat, you've got distraction for a second. Imposter count was Chris with 7. That's Jesus Christ. Chris with 7, Briz with 5, Dark with 3, Cluck with 3, Ozza, me on 2, Test 1, J1, Dance 1, Apple 1, Sophie, Ricky, Lucky, I appreciate that, and you're amazing, and thank you. I appreciate that. Also, I hope you have a good day. I'm glad that I've got to meet you. You're very cool. You give out some good stats, and I'm glad of that. Hopefully, I'll see you around more often as well. Poggy poggies. So, dude, I've started watching manga and reading manga. I've spent too much on manga. Me with Magic the Gathering, by the way, Lavro. Me with Magic. I swear to God, if you play Magic the Gathering in our Discord server, just check the Magic section out. I spent too much money on that shit. 100%. So, I've said this once before. I'll say it again, chat. I am going to be doing Twitch Streamer Masterclass. I feel like you don't need to have the highest amount of views in the world to know the do's and don'ts. I just know every kind of trick and secret because from like over the time, like playing games with like 5up and Captain Sparkles and stuff, you learn how they play games, not by watching what they do, but playing with them. And then on top of that, you also get the chance to... You get to see how they operate, and then I also speak to them in private, obviously like 2 years ago, but I'd speak to them and be like, hey, how did you do this? And then they give you little secrets and tricks, and I've learned a couple of things. I know what to do. It's also, if you stream every day and you do the kind of stuff that I do, I really like to... Quack, 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 quack. Okay, I need to mute that because I'm gonna get hella distracted. I already was. I know what to do. I know the tricks. I know the secrets. I know the secrets. So I'll do a Twitch stream masterclass over in Discord someday. We'll do some more. I'll teach. It'll be cool. It's super easy once you know what to do. There's a lot of stuff that you could learn that a lot of people don't teach. I have a girlfriend as well. Love her.
Nice.
I love that for you, bro. I hope you're happy as well. I hope things are going well. How long has that been going on for? So... Chat, somebody remind me what the main point of this was. Why was I showing my display? Oh, why not to do display? So watch. Twitch is so advanced these days, right? That you can see over here. Where's my... Oh, I don't have the preview, so I can't see. So you'll see like over here's my scene selection. I'm gonna move them over to nope. If my mouse wants to work for a second. Nope, my mouse does not want to work for a second. Do you want to go here for a second, please? Do you want to go here for a second? Why do you not want to do this? Okay, you go. There you go. It can look. It can stay right there. I'll show you. So look, there's enough, and I've cleaned this up massive. I will say I've cleaned this up massively in the past since I came back to Twitch. There used to be so much more. However, you should have a starting soon screen. You should have a just chatting screen for when you're doing like what we're doing now. Literally just chatting. Hey Wolfie, what's up? Then you have different sections of where your camera's going to be. So think, you've got camera bottom center. That's Among Us. Anything that's like Among Us where the camera's going to be in the bottom center, you'll see if I switch to that one, boom. Now guess what? Guess where we are? We are now in the bottom center. I can't see because I've got the preview disabled. I'm going to watch my stream just to make sure it doesn't, all live updates. Click it, click it, click it, hurry up, sin. Okay, yeah, so all live updates. Cool. So you do that, then I'll go back to just chatting, or I'll go back to display cap. So, as we were saying with here, you don't need to do display cap. If you're doing display cap, have it on a display capture. There's no reason to have it not there. Okay? I think I'm just trying to prove a point. That's the only thing here. You'll see HeroCraft, no pixel. These are all things specifically set up for those ones. A BRB screen, which is this one. The ending soon one, which is this one. And then, you know, bottom center, bottom right, top right, top left, and then back to just chatting. And that's all the scenes. That's all you need to have. Cameras, game, main games that you play, start, chat, BRB, end. That's all. Quite literally is all you need. That is all you need. Okay. Any more questions on that one? Literally, drop me a DM on Discord. I help anyone that wants me to help them with setting up their Twitch, and I've got some free time to do it. I'll do it. I don't really care. As long as it makes you happy, and you know, if you want to pursue it properly, I'll help you out with it. But to answer the original question, game capture. And that's how you become a Twitch streamer. You learn how to stretch one question across 20 minutes. I realized that was a long point for that. Sin, you stink? Nuh-uh. I smell like old people. It's both a skill and a curse. I'm not gonna lie, chat. Right, let's just move. Let's move my OBS back over to here so I can read properly. There's one very big thing that I want to push to people. If you're streaming, please, and I beg this, put the start streaming button as far away from your game as possible. So where you saw it before, and it was on the corner of the screen, it's on my right monitor in the far right corner. It's all the way over, because there's no way I'm going to accidentally hit that end stream button, or accidentally hit start recording, or accidentally hit stop record. Just put it away. In fact, delete the button. Don't do it. You won't be able to do anything. Okay? Wait, Ari, DM me so I can send you the builds for Dr. Ratio and Blade. Oh my god. I to be fair, I did actually. That's probably the first time I've ever done, because I normally just go like shit. Like I don't actually say anything. However, I did actually just say. I did the thing. I did it. I'm sorry. But yeah, just move that button all the way away from you. It doesn't need to be near you. I need to be near you. We need to chat. We all need to cuddle. I need a cuddle, chat. It's been a long time. Okay. I'll cuddle you. Yeah, boy. Oh, I'm so happy, chat. Look at that. We all got cuddles now. It makes me happy. So, I was thinking, because if you guys are just tuning in now as well, and you did miss, we did do a live reading of the first page of, let me just, very chat, I need to just refollow Ozza. I'm so sorry. I unfollowed him a while ago. I'm just going to very quickly. Who is he in with right now? Who's in this lobby? I don't even know. It's Maverick, though. Maverick's in a lobby. That's cool. Let's follow. Oh. And let's look. Love you, Ozza. Sorry for the kill voice. There we go. Got a look on him. I love Ozza, chat. I do. I love Ozza. Very nice guy. We all love Ozza. So, I also have found a Luxio song. There's no way you found them. How? Where? What was the clip called? That makes me happy. I'm happy inside. Now,
we read the initial page of Terralithia. It was amazing.
So the book I want to call it The Tales of Terralithia, right? Because previously
on Tales of Terralithia.
So if you think about it, so it's Terralithia, The Tales of Henrik Lefroy. This is where it gets really janky. So Ari, you might like this. So originally in the old Minecraft server, right? The old HeroCraft server. In the old one, Henrik Lefroy was the main character, right? And in of which he was an adventurer who used to be, if you paid attention to the book that I was writing the first page, in the first page it says he was just a baker, right? He was a baker turned adventurer / warrior. So in the beginning, Henrik Lefroy was a baker. What happens in this new city? Who knows? Who knows what Henrik Lefroy is going to do in the new city? What's his job going to be? So the first page of the first book that I wrote stated that Henrik Lefroy used to be, before Terralithia, a baker in the valley. Baker turned adventurer. That's Walter White. No, it's true. He is. Technically, I guess Walter White was an adventurer like you know, until he took an arrow to the knee. Hello there, Adam. However, so Henrik Baker, as in my, the surname of my auntie. Oh no, my headphones are looped through my leg and my leg is wrapped around. Oh no, it's gonna bite us in the arse at some point. Oh no, it's not. It's just folded. I'm such a silly goose. So, hello, Uwu. Also, I found a lyrics. I saw that bit. You also said, I saw you wrote, I saw your intro song. Oh, no, wait, you just said to your song. Fair. So, yeah. So, sorry, to digress. Let me turn that music off in my ears because I just can't focus on it. So, in the prequel, Henrik Lefroy was a baker, turned warrior / adventurer. Then, skip to modern day, Terralithia, The Tales of Terralithia. Henrik then goes and fights off the Dark Evil, which is what we were going to do until we close down the server. Which means the prequel that says that Henrik Lefroy was a baker is the current new server, HeroCraft, right? So HeroCraft, the kingdom, baker turned adventurer, the adventure world. Henrik Lefroy, Terralithia. Where's Terralithia? Who knows? We might have it as an added feature in the new world. Who knows? Which means the lore is coincidentally lined up across 2-year break, and the new server that we've made is lore accurate. It's canon, which means Henrik Lefroy is canon across the 2 different servers because the stories match with the correct timeline, and it's really weird, but I can actually write him in as a character without changing the story at all. Yep, I found him. There's no way. Send it in the Twitch clip section if it's the clip, because I want to revise it so that I can go and be, hey, did you hear the news and trust THD is finally flowing those grooves with the information you needed to tell her to leave it because you may be seated. Okay. First of all, I'm the king of this scene, popping off Gillen Beans and like a word me. Did you see my event? No, why you trying to accuse me? You're voting on crew. Good to see your ORC. If it's that one, send that one, because I'll be like, whoa, that's insane that you found it. Illuminati confirmed. Exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. You're too cute and funny. Oh, shucks. I need to stop doing that ironically, because it's going to turn unironically. I guarantee you. Nice. Sin. Forever. What? What? Why am I being sinned? Holy damn. Oh, that's alt. Never mind. Is this new and updated? Oh, that's so much server work to do, chat. Oh, I'm still in collab. Sorry. I'm just chilling in the collab station. I'm sorry, chat. Nothing to do. Nothing you do is ironic. It really is. The whole... all of that, I need to stop doing it before I start doing it all the time. It's like me with... ooh, eggs... no, egg... I know. Huh? Oh, it's... I thought my YouTube video got took down. I was kind of upset. Bro, you tapped a swamp and started posing yesterday. Did I? Is that... I can't remember what I did yesterday. Do I send it in your DMs or what else? You know what I'm saying? Put it in the Discord server somewhere. It's fine. The Phantom of the Opera type of posing. That one. I forgot what I was supposed to... I'm looking that way. I know what I was going to do. Chat, I want to show you. Just very quickly. I need to show you the clip from today's video. Your channel. If you dare.
If you dare. If you care. And maybe, just maybe, this is a robbery.
This. I just need to point out, right? Also, I forgot to do this, so that's kind of annoying. However, oldie but goldie. If you haven't checked it out, by the way, listen, go over on the socials, go check out all of the channels. Boom, there they are. The short and gaming videos, and Chelsea Plays. Go drop a comment, drop a like. Baby. No, Sin, come back. Stare at that. What are you doing, Stepcart?
Hey, Stepcart.
What push?
What are you doing, Stepcart? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
No regrets. Not even a single letter. Oh yeah. I can get close to that voice now as well. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. No regrets. Not even a single letter. Yeah, that's right, dog. I was such a silly little person. Let's see, what did I say inside of his chat, by the way? I remember seeing. Get a shave. Bombastic side eye. Right, now I'm back to it. Dude, I gave my Snap account to my GF. I also have her account. Oh, changing her name to short people. Like a dwarf. Balls. Hey, Dami. Sin! Wolfie! Reggie? Scooby-Doo! Homer. Mr. Krabs. Who else are we talking about?
Glory to HeroCraft.
Oh, wait, wrong button. There we go. You should make a stream on horror game at least once. Nah. Shadows plays a lot of horror games on stream, and I don't vibe with it. Ooh. Wait, oh, also cramp in my foot. Oh my god. Oh, that feels a lot nicer. That I'm not doing it. Don't nah me. Nah. What are you gonna do? Step up. I live in London now. What are you gonna do? What I do think though, I do have is it content warning? Is that what it's called? Ari, you might also have this game, I think. It's called content warning. I think that's what it's called. Yes, okay. I was looking at content warning today because I already have the game. I have everyone too scared to play. Yeah, so I think I might try get a couple of friendos involved. And I might stream content warning at some point this week. Because I don't want to do variety. I really don't. However, I think once a week, you know, like one with friends stream would be cool. By me, I'll be near you 24/7. Content, no, it's free right now, I think, Wolfie. I think content warning is free right now. Maybe. I posted it inside of it's not. I posted it inside one of the streamer servers I'm in that Ari and I are both in, and it just was like, hey, it's free if you haven't got it yet. Get it, I guess. It was free for a bit. Yeah, it was meant to only be free for 24 hours, and then popularity went brr, so they went fair, and they just kept it. I don't blame them. I just fair. It was good marketing. Make it free for a little bit, and then let the popularity side, and then people will buy it. They make a lot more money. The game was not made to be popular. I'm glad it went popular. It's kind of funny. I've been watching some content on it. Speaking of, we can just jump onto, because let's see, is it content warning? I think like Smitty and everyone's gonna show up straight away. Smitty, yep, Smitty Plus. 38 minutes, 26 minutes. The Vanos crew, 23 minutes. IGN brought out the official trailer 2 weeks ago. Has it only been out for 2 weeks? Is that a thing? I've only been back on Twitch for 3 weeks, so that makes sense. Wow. I need to mute this very quick. There we go, because that was going to be hella loud.
Eve to me is basically
the current name my girlfriend picked is Danny DeVito. Yeah. Sin, idea for you to play. Hit me. Phasmophobia? I don't like Phasmo. My problem with Phasmo is it's just not scary. It really lacks in fear factor. It's just jump scares, and to me that's just poo. You know, there's so much more you can do. Phas sucks. It really does. And I can't play scary games. I mean, it's not even a, you know what, the thing is, Phas isn't a scary game. It's just jump scare heavy, and to me it's like, if your only fear factor is jump scare, I was brought up on like all of the slashes and all of the thrillers, like Nightmare on Elm Street and everything. My mum brought me up. I was watching them when I was like 6. So I don't have money to play them, and I want help. Sell feet, not pics, literally sell feet, chicken feet. Try it. I like playing it due to the solving factor. I just don't get it, really. It's just the two lowest performing streams I ever did back in the day was I did both Phasmophobia and Dead by Daylight, and they had like 4 viewers, and it was when we were on like a 35 average easy, and everyone, even the lurkers, just went, nah. It could have just been a very bad day for Twitch, and I know Twitch was being buggy that day, and my go live notification never went out. But Dead by Daylight is just, I think a lot of people watch my streams because I'm funny and I'm entertaining and I have a good vibe and we listen to cool music and we have a good, you know, smooth brain, funny plays, funny. You put fear factor into that, it becomes less funny, more reaction, right? And then you put Dead by Daylight in that and it's just sweaty for no reason. I am very fun. I'm funny looking. That's what it is, Drew.
Nice.
Also, look, you're now fully in the streams because now it's the time where I would be live. Don't be mean to Sin. Exactly. Chat, bully him. Tell him he's got a receding hairline. I don't know. His hair's like 4 times the length of mine, so it makes me laugh no matter how I feel. Exactly. He makes me feel things. See? I'm amazing. Drew, thoughts and feelings on the book Tales of Terralithia. Oh my god, I just watched that clip back of me doing that. Never again. Bullying the sin is against the law. It's against the law.
The law. The law of the land.
So, Drew, I was mentioning to chat before that I'll say it in the voice because I know that captivates them. You ready? It's how to get someone with ADHD to pay attention.
I was mentioning to the chat a very simple thing as well. I, Cintrosity HD, and Henrik Lefroy, I wrote the first page of Tales of Terralithia, which is the sequel. The sequel. Yes, the sequel.
I was telling chat before about I'm getting too ADHD distracted. I was telling chat before about Henrik Lefroy's prequel being how he was a baker and stuff, and how the new server ties into Henrik Lefroy's backstory, because he could just be a baker in the New Kingdom, and then in the story tells the Terralithia, the tales of Henrik Lefroy, he's a baker turned adventurer, so, and then warrior. So it could be Henrik Lefroy becomes a baker in this server, then in Terralithia, we could hide it somewhere, Easter egg, and then in Terralithia, when we make Terralithia, he is a god, a warrior, if you will, an adventurer turned warrior. So it ties in, and then we could write books, and I could write the book I always wanted to read, and then I could also start doing
storytime readings as the narrator.
I would love to do like narration streams, like imagine chat once a month. Henrik going to be a baker. Book should be obtainable. If you want to write a book, go for it. No, be like, no, I mean like a legit book, not a Minecraft book. I mean like an actual book. Like for example, just to show you. You think I mean like a Minecraft book and quill? No, I mean a Minecraft quill. Like this.
There was no such signs of such evil ever existing. In fact, no evil was to ever exist. You're all probably wondering how this ties with Henrik Lefroy. So let me tell you about a man who, like you and I, fell in love with a maiden of pure heart and a soul who nobody could harm.
This. I wanted to do it with the last one, but then I disappeared and traveled the country and, well, the world, and now we're here. I just listened to you being a galaxy. I was gone for 5 minutes. What do you mean a galaxy? Because I'm your world. Kinda true. Kinda true. So yeah, I'd love to... tonight's plan is I'm going to stay awake until tomorrow again. I'll just go to the store and buy a monster in the morning. I need to go to school and come home and sleep. The end. Bro, that's a story in itself, Lara. Just take care of yourself, okay? Sleep is a necessity. I spent too much of my time growing up just trying to stay awake and do like all-nighters and stuff. Play games. I used to play Call of Duty till like 10 a.m. and then just go function about the day and go to school and be like, nah, I pulled an all-nighter. And I'd be freaking shattered the next day, bro. Like, and this was like when I was like 16, 17. No, probably earlier, like 14, 15. When did Black Ops come out? 2000, I think it was 2009. Black Ops 1. 2010, sorry. 14 years ago. So I was 12. Never mind. Wait, I was 12 when Black Ops came out. I had my first world record about a year into me playing it. I played an 18 game and had a world record when I was 13. To be fair, I was 15 when Call of Duty Champions invited my old team, Hex, to go play, and they said I can't legally do it because I wasn't old enough to fly alone, never mind to play the game. So that's also funny. Damn. Secret blur. Oh my god, but chat is... Oh, it's different doing early streams. 20 seconds to get an ad break. You know what? Here, I'll snooze this one. There you go. Everyone, don't hydrate. Hydrate me instead.
Drink water. Become Mooney.
I finished my coffee again. That's only 5 today. I do, however, get to finish my wrap. Chat, I'm sorry. I had to start my stream so much earlier than I needed to. So, hello, you silly little goose. Hey, it's been. How you doing, bro? Right. Like that. Don't worry about it, Wolfie. Right, chat. Lovro, we just don't do ages inside the chat. Okay? Because I've known you for a long time as well, so I know how old you were when you were watching my streams, which is a big no-no. It's just a real. It puts me in a position where I'm safe, you're safe. You don't know who's watching the streams. Okay? I'm fine with you if you ever DM it. Just be careful. You don't know who you're talking to online. There could be a pedo in the chat. You don't know. I'm not saying that either. I'm just saying. You don't know. You know. But you also said doing great. How about me? I'm doing really good. We are doing a little bit of we're doing a little bit of a chill. We done a Modern Among Us lobby earlier with Jay Fletcher and crew. We are going to be watching the Minecraft movie now. I'm 3 balls. You're 3 balls deep into Minecraft. So, I think the only question left to say is, chat, are you ready for HeroCraft? It's my favorite song to play for like an outro. Right, chat, we were gonna watch. I'll allow it. 3 balls deep into me? No, just no. Right, we are gonna get on to. It was. I think it was the movie. Minecraft Animation The Movie. I'll know which one it is when I see it. It's a Ben and Jerry's advert. You're not going to watch that, chat. Minecraft movie? We're going to watch the Minecraft movie. Not the new one that's being filmed with Jason Momoa and... Not the one that's got Jason Momoa in it and Jack Black. And there's now an ASOS advert. Didn't know there was a Minecraft had a movie. No, it's an animation studio that made it. So watch. Where can I watch it? You can watch it live with us right now. Because this is what we're going to watch. We don't have to watch the entire thing, by the way, chat. It's just like, for very much of a disclaimer, this is so that you guys can get a feel of what HeroCraft is going to be like. This is an hour-long movie. So we're not going to watch the full thing now. We'll split it into like a quarter. We might watch like 20 minutes of it now, 25 minutes of it. And it's just so that you guys can get a feel of what HeroCraft is going to be like, because there is a lot of adventure aspects, a lot of like hidden characters, a lot of laws written into this. I think it's a fun thing to watch, and I think it's something that we need to watch. If I need to take these glasses off. Oh my god! Oh my god! Hold on, chat. ADHD's kicking my butt. I don't know what to do in which order. Yeah, hell no, 50 minutes. I gotta go to bed because time here is like 23. It's 22 here, yeah. Allow me to fix my hair, please, chats. Oh, I pulled out so much hair. Oh. Sorry. You British? Yeah, I am indeed British, bro. Oof. A stash of tea. I actually had a cup of tea before streaming. That's not. It's not a lie. Yeah, I had a cup of tea before going live, and I had a coffee during stream. Right, you guys should be free of your advert now. Let me check. La 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 la. Oh, you don't have a stash of tea, you ain't British. I'm indeed British, bruv. I say the word bruv. Of course I'm British. Right, let's go here. How's the volume? Is that okay? Is that good? Check visage? What do you mean? Chat, is this too loud or is this okay volume? That should be fine. Should be good. Game name? What, the game name? Refresh. Game name is Visage on stream. I don't know what you're trying to say, bro. You need to refresh your stream then. Because to me, it says just chatting. See? Just chatting. Scared me there, bro. This is the story of how Notch became a thing in one day. Hello, Piggy. Hello, Squid. Right, never mind. I'm so sorry, bro. What do we call the dog? Let's call him Bruno. Because we don't talk about Bruno. Excuse me? Oh, a game on Steam. Oh, you want me to check Visage on Steam? It's a game that is called Visage. Okay. Not yet. I'm gonna watch this. Give him a cup. Well done, bro. Oh, you say it like Visage? Oh, Visage. Okay. Versace. Why do I need to turn it down even more? Why is your EQ so bad? Squared Media, you need to work on your EQ skills. Man, I'm tired. Heading to bed. Hey, yo. See you later, Spin. It was nice talking to you, bro. It's not too loud? Fam. Yeah, because... saying it's not too loud. Look at the volume I've got it set on the screen. It's not too loud because it's on 10%. Or does it need to be turned up a little bit? Oh, that's mental. Okay, I like that. I'm into this. Yeah, now you've got a sawn off. Just run off, why don't you? That's fair. Why are you running, bro? We're only going to be watching about 10-15 minutes of this. I mean... fair. Well done. What even was that? Who even was that? Oh no, Bruno. I was just starting to like the dog. What a dog doing? Just give him some steak. He'll be fine. Ah, I see. Wait, did they have a... oh, Bruno dead. Oh, I'm sorry. Are you an advert? We are watching a movie. Kind of cool though. Go away. Wolfie. Nuh-uh. I've bit my cheek shut. Snake jazz. I'm so confused about the time era of this. It's very medieval with modern technology. It's like medieval lifestyle meets modern day. That was a cool little hint towards all of the animation studios. Yeah, Hey. Let's go, Eggman. Sure. Fair. Bum. I was just getting into that. Blood Wolfie, you ready? Yeah. Nuh-uh. Look at me, I've got a sword and there is an ice cube in the center of the room. I like that it's like it's Blender. that's so hot. Pull out your diamond sword at the girl. Ari is amazing, Scott. 100% Ari is amazing. Ugh. I have transcended. No, my diamond sword. God, you've attracted a crowd now, Steve. Fair. Entity cramming, crash the server. Stop the hands. Do 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 do. Oh no. Now where are you? Where are you? And I am so sorry. I like that this animation is based on Blender. I mean, to be fair, what else would it be based on? It's squares. That's old. When was this made? 5 years ago. That's an old Windows logo. Whoa. And there's the blender. Oh no. Please let me look. But chat, if you can't get into Blender, how's he going to go home? Oh, never mind. You just turn Blender off. Multiverse of Madness be like. Delete Windows. Delete Windows. Delete Windows! Never mind. Fatality. He's upset because his Minecraft character stopped working. Thank you, Blender. Drew, do you reckon we could get like an animation style like this for the HeroCraft trailer? Or is that not doable? Or would we have to pay for it? Is that the first one? So that's the first one. This might be the pre-view of the next one. Now we can do it. This is the kind of level of trailer I want, by the way. I've been saying this for years to myself anyway, because I always go back to referencing this. But I want that for the trailer.
What do you want?
We leave it there. 12 minutes. That's where we got, chat. And then we've got the next ones after that. Kind of poggy. Sit up in my chair a bit for y'all. Oh, stretch my legs a little bit. Oh, there's one thing I missed, chat. It's my old desk. But that one is not able for me to bring over to a different city. That will not work. Oof. Oof, indeed. Shit. It's so good. Let me just get up my stream so we can look. Cool. Look over in the shadows. I'm kind of glad Shadows is doing bits. I'm proud of the kid. How long do you reckon it'd take us to get one though, Drew? A trailer this is. Because if it's in Blender, we don't need to rely on the players. Right? We can just make players. Let's let me look at something. 5. A bit. It'll take a few months to work to make one worth publishing. So this is what I mean. It's like, would it be worth us doing it by hand, or would it be worth me just getting like hiring somebody to do it who'll do it in like 2-3 weeks? Half the time, get out one that's good, get it ready for publishing. But we also need to see whether the server can, like, I think we'd have to set like a donation goal for the server, or we could just get somebody else to do it. Might be worth doing it by hand at first. I mean, we need to know what the trailer's going to look like, because we need to know what is going to be included in the animation. Like, I want dragons in the server. To be fair, I think if we don't add dragons to the server, it's going to be stupid. It's medieval fantasy. Dragons are like the main selling point of medieval fantasy, next to magic. Let me just do an shadows. Nope, wrong thing. At. There we go. Yeah, I'd like to. We need to know what's going to be in the mod, though. Dubba-doo. 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 Doo. Da-da-doo. Da-da-doo. Let me just... sorry, chat. I'm just looking at something. It's great when you got Dev in the stream. Dev? I have to look around my microphone as if like doing this. But yeah. Also, Drew, we've been confirmed that we are going to have Fridays. So you might not have been here when we were talking about it, but I was checking angles. I'm doing this to look around my microphone because, you know, this is in the way of my second monitor. It's easier for me to be able to do this, you know, so that I'm talking directly into the mic and looking at you guys. Because if I'm doing this, talking all the time, like I don't know what it looks like. It could just look hella stupid. Dooba-dooba-doom. Wow, hold on. Thanks, Stram. Wait, let me just say hi.
This is sick, bro. We're doing numbers, man. I can't even.
We did really
lie
well.
with you.
I can't lie. This stream has been one of the best streams so
It
far.
actually has been the best streams. So a big W to everyone that has dropped and
Look at this.
that came through and stuff.
Look
Have you all also enjoyed the you guys also kind of missed out on this one stream where we were doing every time we died in a game, I'd have to put
I'm just gonna laugh at him for a second.
I basically got up to like 5
That's
t-shirts.
what we needed, you know.
We pretty much got up to like 5 t-shirts essentially, you know, so
Let's turn him down just a little bit.
I could have worn at least 20.
You know what's insane? You know what's insane in chat? You know what's interesting saying? He's saying, look at that forehead. Oh, jealous. You look at, he's saying, look,
Aren't you
look at that
live?
forehead.
Isn't this guy live? Isn't this guy live?
He's watching you right now,
Let me
and
check this
he's
guy.
stalking your forehead.
Let me check this guy. Let me check this guy. Let me check this
Chat, go over, drop him a follow.
God, you follow.
Can't touch this.
Go drop him. Listen, I love him. Okay, I do. Tune for fights out. Yeah.
Can't touch this. My music hits you so hard.
Lord.
Oh my lord.
Oh my lord.
Wow, cut me off like that. Why'd you do that? Chat, doesn't he look kind of cute?
Hey yo, we got another follow. What the fuck is going on? Oh my gosh, there's 2 followers going on, bro.
There's 2 fucking followers.
What the fuck is going on? 2 followers.
Can't touch this.
Look at that. Chat, stay here. Just drop a
Next
follow.
one
He's
to
a nice,
follow.
he's a
The
nice
next one
guy.
to follow gets. I will do a forehead reveal myself.
Hey, next person to follow, Fake Shack will reveal his forehead. Come on.
We can't do
One
that.
more follower.
Look at that.
One more follower, and then Fake Shack will
Chat,
reveal his
listen.
Because he's
we want
turning
that.
from 160.
Please. One more follower.
Who are you fucking away? 2. Okay.
Come on.
Okay, listen.
So one more. I'll do one more.
I can't do
one more.
what do you want to do?
160.
160.
I'm gonna mute this kid for a second, chat. Look at him. He's just, look how stupid this kid looks. We love him, that we do. I love
I
him.
will reveal my forehead.
He's
I will fucking reveal it right now.
he's a cool guy.
I will take a picture of my phone and send it in the channel.
I'm too
I will
distracted by
reveal it.
this.
Wait, is he watching me? Is he
One
watching
more.
me?
He's watching you right now. Now, one more follower.
Is he watching me? Is he actually?
Chat, this has got he is.
Still does the
doing
same amount of damage when you're little.
You take 5 times.
Let me check this out.
I will reveal my forehead.
Oh, you got it. Hey, he's watching me. Hey, it's sitting in the building. It's me. Hey, look at this shit, bro. Make your voice channel on the Discord. Yeah.
Just say Shadows.
Yo, Sin in the
switch back my
building,
actual accent.
brother. Hey, look at this, brother.
Right, chat. Listen. Here's something we
I'm
can say.
about to
Shadows,
go
you have a big. He does have a big
brother.
forehead.
Hey,
Listen. What I want to say
man's
is,
watching me.
here's
It's
the
a
message.
paradox.
Here's the
It's a
message. Listen.
paradox.
Okay. Listen to what I'm saying. Right. Listen to what I'm saying. Shave your beard, bro. It doesn't look good.
No, I fucking don't. No.
Uh-huh. Listen to what I'm saying. Right? Listen to what I'm saying. Shave your beard, bro. It doesn't look good.
I just told you to shave your beard.
No, I fucking don't. No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, bro.
Why?
Shave your beard. Please, it
This
doesn't...
guy, man, says shave my beard. Okay, fine. How about this? 5 subs, then I'll shave my beard then.
Why am I
5 subs,
paying
then I'll
you?
shave my
You
beard.
pay me.
If someone does 5 subs, I'll do it. Not right now, but I'll do it probably another stream.
Hold on.
Oh my god. No, fake shot, please. No, please.
I just don't follow.
Well, what's going
What
on?
do you mean?
Citrusy beard look like spaghettis. What?
True. What the frick, bro?
Look at the paradox, man. It's still going on. Look at this. I can see myself.
Sin should, what do you mean Sin should save?
Because you're here, Sin. I'm gonna do this one special thing, man. I'm gonna do this
America.
Let's see what he does.
Yeah.
Let's see what he does,
I'm
chat.
gonna play this one song, yes.
He's playing a song.
You know, I'll do a TikTok dance.
Hey, look, I'm on screen.
You'll do a TikTok dance, yeah?
Hi, Sarah.
You guys want
How
to
are
see
you
a TikTok
doing?
dance, yeah?
By the way, one more follow for 160. I'll post my forward.
Let's do this for a second, just while I can say, Sarah, how are you doing? Oh my god, I love you. How have you been? How's life? I hope you're still here. I'm sorry, we were talking to another one of my buddies. But it's nice to see you. Also, Tyson welcomes in as well.
Keep it going. I'll tell you when to stop, though. Keep going. I'll tell you when to stop. Go on, keep going.
Chat, I think he's
Keep going. Alright, channels, keep going.
Gato. Why is man so stiff?
Keep going. No, keep going, channels. You're not done. Keep going.
I don't.
You're not stiff. Keep going.
What is it? Who has the bigger forehead? It's 100% Shadows.
Keep going.
Gato, also welcome into my side, by the way. Nice to see you, dude. Also, Stretch, I got you. Watching a stream within a stream is called Sinception. It is. It's a mad Sinception. Bro, why is bro bricked up like that? Why was bro so bricked up on stream? Why would he stand up so bricked up? Hey, yo, let's... Why is he so bricked up?
Man said, why you stiff? Bro, I can't do it, man.
Man's called you stiff and chat. Not enough.
Bricked up and dancing is mad, bro.
Why did Shaq say Lamaz will keep going till what? I don't know. He said he was going to what do you call it?
Let me just refresh because I can't turn his stream up and down. Looks like one of those puppets. He does, bro.
My forehead.
Bricked up and dancing is mad. Man said bricked up and dancing. What the fuck, bro? God damn.
Listen, we do love a Shadows. We do love a Shadows, chat. He looks like one of those puppets, like one of these.
I think we're gonna do.
Yeah, I remember that guy. So, oh, that is. You know what? You couldn't have said it better. My guy looks like.
That helped us out.
My guy looks dumb. Love him, but dumb.
Fair enough.
Look at this difference. Wait, Shadows. Join a call.
You're about to get a raid. Shadows, you're about to get a raid from Mary. I think.
Join call.
Yo, sorry about that.
that was nearly horrific.
What's happening? Wait, we're getting a raid? What?
I think you might be getting a raid.
From
you've been told to join a call.
join a call? Oh wait, with Sin. Yeah?
Freaking calling you, you
How do I join
moron.
a call with him?
I'm calling you, you donut.
You're getting raid. You're getting a raid.
It's no.
Sin, wait. Give me a second. I'm so confused.
Join. Bro is so dumb. Bro is so dumb. Bro is so dumb, chat. He is dumb. The teamy version of Puppet. He is though, bro. Bro, Discord call. You moron. The Timu version of Puppet from Timu. He is like a Timu. It's the Dr. Strange. Fam, you are dumb, bro, you know. Join the call means look at your calls, you moron.
Oh shit. Can they hear me?
Yeah, they can hear.
God, my desktop. Wait, can you guys hear this guy?
Huh?
Oh my fucking god. We're getting a raid. What the fuck?
Oh wait, did you just get live raided right here? Yeah, bro. Listen,
what the fuck?
Quite literally was just about to say you're about to get raided, my dude.
Oh my days! Is that Amiri, yeah?
Look at this.
Fucking hell.
Chat.
Yo, Shamaki here, brother. What
Chat,
the
listen,
fuck
we're gonna double the raid up, okay? We're gonna go
what
double
the
over.
hell? Oh, you made him do it. Oh, bro, thank you. Fucking
Listen,
hell.
right. We're gonna put him.
Yeah.
We're gonna put him over 50. We're gonna put him over 50.
How many followers are we getting?
Right, listen. We're
Oh
gonna put
my
him over 50
days.
views and watch him freak out.
Okay, calm
okay?
down. Bro, Sin.
I'm
I
here.
need help.
I'm still here, bro.
I need help, bro. I need
Okay,
help.
listen.
Holy
Well,
fucking
okay.
shit.
Listen, how much do you need help? Tell me on a scale of 1 to 10.
Bro, I'm getting so many. Oh my sound rewards. I can't
Okay.
even hear you, by the way. I can't
Now,
even hear you.
listen, that's okay. Listen to me very clearly. Just saying. You've
Yeah?
sorry,